Today, I've prepared the biography of Mahatma Gandhi. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, let your body sink into the mattress, feeling the weight of the day gently lift away. Tonight, we'll drift through the remarkable life of Mahatma Gandhi, the gentle soul who changed the course of history through his unwavering commitment to peace and nonviolence. His story is one of quiet strength, profound wisdom, and the power of compassion, perfect to accompany you as you journey toward peaceful slumber. Let his inspiring path guide your thoughts to tranquil places as your breathing becomes deeper and your mind begins to float between consciousness and dreams in the gentle warmth of a bygone era. On a quiet autumn day in 1869, a child was born who would one day lead millions with nothing but truth and nonviolence as his weapons. This was Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, who came into this world on October 2nd in Porbandar, a coastal town in present-day Gujarat, India. The house where baby Mohandas first opened his eyes was a modest yet comfortable dwelling, filled with the soft whispers of family prayers and the subtle fragrances of Indian spices wafting through from the kitchen. The Gandhi household was neither extravagantly wealthy nor desperately poor, but rather comfortably situated in the middle class of Indian society. Mohandas was born into a Hindu family of the Vaisya, or merchant caste, though his father's occupation diverged from traditional mercantile pursuits. Karamchand Gandhi, whom everyone affectionately called Kaba, served as the Diwan, or Prime Minister, to the ruler of Porbandar state. He was a man of principle and dignity, whose measured words carried weight in the community. Though lacking formal education, Kaba possessed a natural wisdom and an unwavering sense of justice that would later echo in his youngest son's character. Putlibai, Mohandas's mother, was a woman whose life revolved around her devotion to family and faith. Her days began before dawn with prayers, and religious fasting was a regular practice she observed with serene dedication. She was Karamchand's fourth wife, the previous three having passed away. In the soft glow of oil lamps, she would often tell young Mohandas stories from Hindu epics like the Ramayana and Mahabharata. Her voice, a gentle stream of wisdom, flowing into his receptive young mind. These tales of moral heroes and divine interventions would later shape Gandhi's understanding of righteousness and duty. The Gandhi home was a place where different religious traditions were respected, though they were devout Hindus who worshipped Lord Vishnu. Visitors of all faiths were welcomed with the same warm hospitality. Jain monks would occasionally visit, bringing with them the principles of ahimsa, or nonviolence, and aparigraha, non-possession. These concepts floated through the rooms of the Gandhi home like gentle incense, imperceptibly influencing the young boy who played in their midst. Little Mohandas was not an extraordinary child in any immediately apparent way. He was of average build, somewhat shy, and preferred the company of books to the boisterous games other children played in the dusty streets of Porbandar. His early education began at home, where he learned the basics of arithmetic, history, and language. The rhythmic chanting of multiplication tables and Sanskrit verses would sometimes lull him to sleep as he studied under the watchful eyes of his tutors. At the age of 7, Mohandas was enrolled in Porbandar's primary school, where he would walk each morning, his small feet creating patterns in the sandy paths. The schoolhouse was a simple structure with open windows that allowed the coastal breeze to sweep through the classroom, sometimes carrying with it the distant sound of waves meeting the shore. Young Gandhi was a diligent student, though not brilliant by conventional standards. He struggled with certain subjects, but showed a remarkable capacity for ethical thinking, even at this tender age. The Gandhi family moved to Rajkot when Mohandas was 7, as his father took up a new position as Diwan there. The new home, with its courtyard where peacocks sometimes wandered in from nearby gardens, became the backdrop for his continuing childhood. In Rajkot, Gandhi attended Alfred High School, where he encountered Western education for the first time. The classroom walls were adorned with maps of distant lands and portraits of British monarchs, silent reminders of the colonial presence that permeated Indian life. It was during these formative years that Gandhi's character began to take shape, like clay being gently molded by experienced hands. One evening, after returning from school, he confessed to his father about a small theft he had committed. Rather than punishment, his father's eyes welled with silent tears, a response that affected young Mohandas so deeply that he made a lifelong commitment to truth. As a teenager, Gandhi was neither rebellious nor particularly conformist. He observed the world around him with quiet curiosity, absorbing the complexities of Indian society under British rule. The streets of Rajkot told stories of ancient traditions existing alongside colonial innovations. Bullock carts sharing roads with occasional motor cars, traditional Indian attire contrasting with Western suits, and the mingling languages of Gujarati, Hindi, and English, creating a unique cultural symphony. At the age of 13, following the customs of the time, Gandhi was married to Kasturbai Makhanji, a girl from a nearby town who was also 13. The wedding was arranged by their parents, as was tradition, and took place with all the customary rituals and celebrations. Relatives arrived from distant villages, bearing gifts wrapped in colorful cloths. The air was filled with the music of shehnai and tabla, while the scent of jasmine flowers and incense created an atmosphere of festive sanctity. Young Gandhi and Kasturbai, or Ba as she would come to be known, began their married life with the innocent awkwardness of children thrust into adult roles. Their relationship, which began as a societal arrangement, would evolve over decades into a partnership of profound understanding and shared purpose. In those early days, however, they were simply two young souls learning to navigate the unfamiliar terrain of marriage. Their whispered conversations and shy glances painting a picture of youthful tenderness. The teenage Gandhi experienced the typical struggles of adolescence, compounded by the responsibilities of marriage. He grappled with jealousy and possessiveness toward his young wife, emotions that he would later reflect upon with regret and wisdom. The gentle evening conversations with his mother during this period helped shape his understanding of love and commitment. Her soft voice offering guidance that would echo through the corridors of his memory for years to come. When Gandhi was 16, tragedy cast its shadow over the family. His father, who had been suffering from illness, lay on a simple bed in their home, surrounded by family members speaking in hushed tones. Young Mohandas was attending to him, changing cool cloths on his forehead and offering sips of water when he was momentarily relieved by an uncle. During this brief absence, Karamchand Gandhi passed away. The guilt of not being present at his father's final moment would linger with Gandhi, a soft, persistent reminder of life's impermanence. Following his father's passing, the family's financial situation became more constrained. The soft glow of oil lamps illuminated late-night discussions among family elders about Gandhi's future. It was decided that he should pursue higher education to secure better prospects. A family friend suggested that studying law in England would open doors to a respectable career. Though his mother was hesitant to send her youngest son across the black waters, a journey traditionally believed to lead to a loss of caste, she eventually gave her blessing after Gandhi took solemn vows to abstain from meat, alcohol, and women during his time abroad. In 1888, at the age of 18, Gandhi set sail for England, leaving behind the familiar sights and sounds of India. The gentle lapping of waves against the ship's hull accompanied his thoughts as he stood on the deck, watching his homeland recede into the distance. The journey across the Arabian Sea, through the Suez Canal, and into the Mediterranean was a passage not just across geographical boundaries, but across cultural ones as well. London greeted the young Indian with a fog-laden embrace, its unfamiliar coldness seeping through his thin clothes. The city's grandeur and pace were overwhelming for someone accustomed to the more leisurely rhythms of Rajkot. Gandhi took lodgings in a modest boarding house where the creaking wooden floors and unfamiliar English food became part of his daily existence. His attempts to adapt to English customs included taking dancing lessons and purchasing Western attire, though he never felt entirely comfortable in these new roles. At the Inner Temple, one of London's prestigious Inns of Court, Gandhi pursued his legal studies with diligence, if not passion. The reading room, with its high ceilings and rows of leather-bound books, became a sanctuary where he would spend hours absorbing the principles of British law, the soft rustling of pages, and the occasional cough from fellow students created a backdrop to his education in jurisprudence. Beyond his formal studies, London offered Gandhi an education of a different kind. He joined the Vegetarian Society, finding within its circles not just dietary compatriots, but individuals engaged in various reform movements and philosophical inquiries. The gentle discussions over vegetarian meals introduced him to thinkers like Henry David Thoreau and Leo Tolstoy, whose ideas on civil disobedience and moral living would later influence his own philosophy. It was also during this time that Gandhi first read the Bhagavad Gita in English translation. Though raised Hindu, he had never deeply engaged with this sacred text before. In the quiet of his London room, with rain pattering against the windowpane, the dialogues between Prince Arjuna and Lord Krishna revealed new dimensions of his own faith. The concept of detached action, performing one's duty without attachment to results, resonated deeply with him, like a forgotten melody suddenly remembered. After completing his law studies and being called to the bar in 1891, Gandhi returned to India. The familiar scents and sounds of his homeland welcomed him back. But his heart was heavy with the news that had reached him while still in England. His mother had passed away during his absence. The courtyard where she once sat spinning cotton on her charkha now stood empty, her absence as tangible as the humid air that enveloped him upon his return. Attempting to establish a legal practice in Bombay proved challenging for the young barrister. His excessive shyness made it difficult to speak in court. And during his first case, he found himself unable to question a witness, his voice failing him at the crucial moment. The courtroom's hushed silence as he gathered his papers and left was a gentle but firm reminder of how much he still had to learn about himself and his capabilities. An opportunity arose for Gandhi to work for an Indian firm in South Africa, and he accepted, seeing it as a chance to gain experience and distance from his initial professional disappointment. In 1893, at the age of 24, he set sail once more, unaware that this journey would ultimately set him on the path to becoming a leader of international significance. The South Africa that greeted Gandhi was a land of stark racial divisions and institutionalized discrimination. The incident that would later be seen as a turning point in his life occurred shortly after his arrival. On a train journey to Pretoria, despite holding a first-class ticket, Gandhi was ordered to move to the third-class compartment because of his race. When he refused, he was forcibly removed from the train, spending the cold night at the station platform, wrapped in his overcoat against the chill. As he sat there under the vast South African sky, with stars scattered like distant lanterns, Gandhi contemplated his options. The humiliation he felt was not unique. It was a daily reality for Indians and other non-whites in South Africa. This realization stirred something within him, not bitter resentment, but a resolve to address injustice through organized, peaceful resistance. The young man who had left India as an ordinary lawyer began to transform in South Africa. The seeds planted in his childhood, the stories of righteous heroes, his mother's devotion, his father's integrity, the Jain principles of nonviolence, began to germinate in the fertile soil of adversity. His legal training provided him with tools to understand and challenge unjust laws, while his growing spiritual awareness offered a framework for doing so with dignity and without hatred. During his initial years in South Africa, Gandhi established a successful legal practice, his earlier courtroom nervousness giving way to confident advocacy for his clients, many of whom were Indian laborers facing discrimination. His home became a gathering place for community discussions. The soft glow of lamps illuminating faces as they shared experiences and sought solutions to common problems. It was here, in response to proposed legislation that would further disenfranchise Indians, that Gandhi first employed the method of peaceful protest that would later be known as satyagraha or truth force. The evening meetings where this approach was developed were characterized not by fiery rhetoric, but by thoughtful dialogue, the gentle persistence of reason rather than the harsh demands of anger. The young Gandhi, who had once been too shy to speak in court, now addressed public gatherings, wrote articles for newspapers, and petitioned authorities. Yet, he did so not with the bombastic style often associated with political activism, but with a measured, respectful approach that acknowledged the humanity of his opponents, even as he challenged their actions. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the foundations of Gandhi's philosophy were being laid in the crucible of South African racial politics. The shy boy from Porbandar, who had once feared the dark and slept with a light on, was emerging as a beacon for a new kind of resistance based on moral courage rather than physical force. The journey from Mohandas to Mahatma was still in its early stages, a gentle river beginning its long course toward the ocean. The man who would one day lead India to independence was still discovering his own strength, still learning from his mistakes, still evolving his understanding of truth and nonviolence. But in these formative experiences, from the stories at his mother's knee to the humiliation on a South African train, we can trace the origins of a life that would eventually change the course of history, with nothing more than an unwavering commitment to peace and justice. And so, as our thoughts drift with the gentle current of history, we might imagine the young Gandhi looking up at the stars from that South African train platform, unaware of the path that lay ahead, yet somehow finding within himself the quiet determination that would sustain him through decades of struggle and ultimately inspire millions around the world. to believe in the power of love over hate, of peace over violence, and of truth over deception. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the soft glow of evening light that falls across the western coast of India, we find the beginnings of a remarkable life. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was born into the gentle embrace of Porbandar, a coastal town in what is now Gujarat, on October 2, 1869. The waters of the Arabian Sea lapped peacefully at the shores of his hometown, much as they had done for generations of his ancestors before him. The Gandhi family belonged to the Maud Bania subcaste, a community of merchants and traders whose roots stretched deep into the soil of Gujarat. Their name itself, Gandhi, derived from the word Gandhi, meaning perfumer or spice seller, hinting at ancestral occupations long before Mohandas entered the world. His family had moved away from these traditional roles, however, finding their place instead in politics and administration. If we were to trace the branches of Gandhi's family tree backward through time, we would find ourselves wandering through generations of Gujarati Vaisyas, the merchant caste within the Hindu social structure. These were people who valued honesty in business dealings, who understood the delicate balance of giving and receiving, concepts that would later inform Gandhi's economic philosophies. Mohandas's grandfather, Udhamchand Gandhi, served as the Dewan or prime minister to the ruler of Porbandar in the early 19th century. Known as Oda Gandhi, he was remembered for his practical wisdom and steady administrative hand. The position passed to Mohandas's father, Karamchand Gandhi, who also served as Dewan, first in Porbandar, then in Rajkot, and finally in Wankaner, small princely states under British paramountcy. Karamchand, often called Kaba Gandhi, was a man of dignity and principle. Though lacking formal education, he possessed a natural intelligence and integrity that earned him respect in the courts where he served. Those who knew him spoke of his straightforward manner and his disinterest in accumulating wealth or status beyond his station. In the quiet evenings of Gandhi's childhood home, Karamchand's steady presence provided a foundation of stability and quiet authority. The maternal line of Gandhi's ancestry flows through his mother, Putlibai, who came from the Pranami Vaishnava tradition. The Pranamis were a sect that blended elements of both Hindu and Islamic teachings, creating a synthesis of spiritual thought that transcended rigid religious boundaries. This early exposure to religious inclusivity settled like soft rain into the soil of young Mohandas's consciousness, later blooming into his belief in the essential unity of all religions. Putlibai was a woman of profound devotion and gentle strength. Her days followed the rhythm of prayer and fasting, her spiritual practice as regular as the tides. She would often undertake difficult vows of self-discipline, sometimes fasting until the evening star appeared in the sky. Young Mohandas would look up at the darkening blue expanse, eagerly searching for the first twinkling light that would allow his mother to finally take her meal. The home in which Gandhi grew up was a place where multiple generations lived together under one roof, as was the custom in traditional Indian families. The soft murmur of conversations between grandparents, parents, aunts, uncles, and cousins created a constant backdrop to daily life. In this environment, family stories were currency, passed from old to young in the cool of evening gatherings. One such story that floated through the family consciousness told of an ancestor who, when faced with a difficult moral choice in business, chose honesty over profit, setting a precedent of integrity that echoed through generations. Another spoke of a grandmother who opened her kitchen to feed strangers during a time of famine, embodying the principle of service that would later become central to Gandhi's philosophy. In the Gandhi household, the day began before sunrise, with the soft sounds of prayer and the gentle movements of the women preparing for morning rituals. The scent of incense would wind its way through rooms still cool from the night air as family members rose to begin their devotions. Young Mohandas observed his mother's unwavering faith, her quiet certainty in the presence of the divine in all things. The cultural tapestry of Gujarat, with its rich traditions of nonviolence influenced by Jainism, wrapped around Gandhi's formative years like a comfortable shawl. The region had long been influenced by Jain principles of ahimsa, or non-harm to living beings. These concepts floated in the cultural air Gandhi breathed, settling deep within him even before he could articulate their significance. In the gentle warmth of family gatherings, young Mohandas would listen to stories from the great epics, the Ramayana and Mahabharata, tales that explored the complex nature of duty, truth, and moral action. The figure of King Harishchandra, who sacrificed everything for the sake of truth, made a particularly deep impression on the boy. The story would return to him throughout his life as a touchstone for his own commitment to truth above all else. The Gandhi family kitchen was a place where cultural traditions were preserved and passed down through generations. The strictly vegetarian diet observed in their home reflected both their Vaishnava Hindu traditions and the influence of Jainism in Gujarat. The gentle hands of his mother and the family cook prepared simple meals of rice, lentils, vegetables, and rotis, food that nourished without excess, teaching through daily practice the value of moderation and respect for living beings. As evening fell across Porbandar, the family would often gather to sing devotional songs. The soft melodies of bhajans would rise into the night air, creating a sense of unity and peace. Young Mohandas, though not particularly musical himself, absorbed these moments of family harmony, the blending of voices becoming a metaphor for the social harmony he would later seek to create. The seasonal rhythms of Hindu festivals marked the passage of time, in the Gandhi household. During Diwali, the festival of lights, the family home would glow with the warm flicker of oil lamps, symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness. During Holi, the spring festival of colors, even the typically serious Gandhi family would relax into playfulness, though perhaps with more restraint than their neighbors. In the background of these family traditions flowed the political realities of late 19th century India. The British Raj had established firm control over the subcontinent, and even princely states like Porbandar existed under its shadow. Karamchand Gandhi navigated these waters carefully in his role as administrator, maintaining dignity while working within the constraints of colonial rule. His son would observe these dynamics with quiet eyes, forming impressions that would later crystallize into a vision for a free India. The Gandhi family was neither extremely wealthy nor poor, occupying instead a comfortable middle position in society. Their home, with its spacious rooms and courtyard, reflected their status as respected members of the community. Young Mohandas grew up with a sense of security and belonging, yet also with an awareness of those less fortunate. Visitors of all castes and backgrounds were received with hospitality, a practice that quietly challenged the rigid social hierarchies of the time. As a child, Mohandas was remarkably shy, often running home from school to avoid having to talk to anyone. He found comfort in the familiar routines of family life, in the gentle presence of his mother, and in books that opened windows to worlds beyond Porbandar. This sensitivity, sometimes misunderstood as weakness, would later transform into his greatest strength, an acute awareness of suffering and injustice that others might overlook. The marriage traditions of the Gandhi family reflected the customs of their time and community. Mohandas himself was married at the age of 13 to Kasturbai Makhanji, who was also 13. Their union was arranged by their parents, as was the practice, but would evolve over decades into a partnership of profound significance. Kasturbai, strong-willed and practical, would become not just a wife, but a companion in Gandhi's search for truth and his service to humanity. The gentle waves that washed the shores of Porbandar carried whispers of a wider world, of trade routes that connected India to distant lands, of ideas and influences that flowed back and forth across the Arabian Sea. Though the young Gandhi could not have imagined it then, his own journey would one day follow these ancient pathways, taking him far from the family hearth before bringing him back to lead his people. In the soft-lit rooms of the Gandhi home, conversations often turned to questions of right conduct, of dharma or duty. Karamchand Gandhi, though not formally religious, held strong views on ethical behavior. He would discuss cases from his work as Dewan, considering questions of justice and fairness. These discussions planted seeds in his son's mind that would later flower into a comprehensive philosophy of moral action The women of the household, particularly Putlibai and the grandmother who lived with them, were the keepers of family traditions and spiritual practices. They maintained the rituals that connected the family to their ancestors and to the divine. Their quiet strength provided the emotional foundation upon which the household rested, their wisdom flowing like a gentle underground stream beneath the more visible activities of daily life. As the young Gandhi grew, he absorbed the cultural values of his family and community, almost without realizing it. The emphasis on truth-telling, the respect for all forms of life, the importance of self-discipline, the balance between individual needs and community responsibilities. These values became so deeply ingrained that they seemed less like learned behaviors and more like the natural way of being in the world. The family stories that most captivated young Mohandas were those that explored moral dilemmas, tales where characters faced difficult choices between competing goods or lesser evils. In these narrative explorations of ethics, he found a framework for understanding the complexities of human behavior and the challenges of living a principled life in an imperfect world. The Gandhi family maintained connections with extended relatives throughout Gujarat, creating a network of relationships that provided both support and social obligation. Family gatherings for weddings, religious ceremonies, and other milestone events reinforced these bonds, weaving individual families into the larger tapestry of community life. Young Mohandas observed how these connections created resilience, how people relied on one another in times of need. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the foundations of Gandhi's philosophy were being laid in the crucible of South African racial politics. The shy boy from Porbandar, who had once feared the dark and slept with a light on, was emerging as a beacon for a new kind of resistance based on moral courage rather than physical force. The journey from Mohandas to Mahatma was still in its early stages, a gentle river beginning its long course toward the ocean. The man who would one day lead India to independence was still discovering his own strength, still learning from his mistakes, still evolving his understanding of truth and nonviolence. But in these formative experiences, from the stories at his mother's knee to the humiliation on a South African train, we can trace the origins of a life that would eventually change the course of history, with nothing more than an unwavering commitment to peace and justice. And so, as our thoughts drift with the gentle current of history, we might imagine the young Gandhi looking up at the stars from that South African train platform, unaware of the path that lay ahead, yet somehow finding within himself the quiet determination that would sustain him through decades of struggle and ultimately inspire millions around the world to believe in the power of love over hate, of peace over violence, and of truth over deception. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the quiet coastal town of Porbandar, nestled along the Arabian Sea in the Kathiawar Peninsula of Gujarat. A young boy named Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi opened his eyes to the world on October 2, 1869. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore created a soothing rhythm that would become the backdrop of his earliest memories. A constant whisper that spoke of worlds beyond the horizon. Porbandar was a place of unhurried pace, where time seemed to flow as languidly as the sea itself. The town was known for its soft white stone buildings that glowed golden in the morning light and cooled to a gentle blue-white in the evening. These structures stood in quiet dignity against the backdrop of the vast ocean, their weathered facades telling stories of trade and travel that had shaped this port town for centuries. The Gandhi family home, a 3-story dwelling known as Kieti Mandir, was a place of comfort and modest privilege. The house was built in the traditional style, with thick walls that kept the interior cool during the hot summer months. Small windows filtered the bright sunlight into soft, dappled patterns that moved slowly across the smooth stone floors as the day progressed. The sound of bare feet padding across these cool surfaces mingled with the distant calls of seabirds and the occasional bell from a passing temple procession. Within these walls, young Mohandas experienced the gentle rhythms of a traditional Hindu household. The air was often perfumed with the aroma of spices, the warm, earthy scent of cumin, the bright sharpness of turmeric, the sweet complexity of cardamom. His mother, Putlibai, would grind these spices on a smooth stone. The repetitive motion and soft grinding sound creating a meditative atmosphere in the kitchen space. The fragrance would intensify as she added them to simmering pots of dal or vegetable curries, the steam rising in lazy spirals toward the ceiling. The kitchen was the heart of the home, a place where the family gathered not just for nourishment, but for connection. Meals were eaten while seated on the floor, cross-legged on thin cotton mats, with food served on metal thali plates. The simple act of eating was approached with mindfulness. The cool touch of the metal plate, the varied textures of the food, the mingling of flavors that danced across the tongue. These meals were often eaten in comfortable silence, punctuated by the soft clink of metal spoons against plates and the occasional murmur of conversation. In the evenings, oil lamps cast a warm, golden glow throughout the house, their flames dancing gently with each subtle movement of air. Shadows played across the walls, growing and shrinking in a slow, hypnotic dance. Young Mohandas, who harbored a fear of the dark, found comfort in these small, steady flames that kept the shadows at bay. The soft crackle of the wicks and the faint scent of the oil became associated with the safety of home. With family gatherings where stories were shared in hushed, reverent tones outside the Gandhi home, the streets of Porbandar offered a tapestry of sensory experiences. The town was a maze of narrow lanes and wider thoroughfares, some paved with stone, others simply packed earth that turned to mud during the monsoon season. The monsoon transformed the landscape, bringing with it the intoxicating scent of rain on dry earth, that distinctive petrichor that seemed to awaken something primal in all who breathed it in. During these months, the sound of raindrops created a constant, soothing percussion on rooftops and in puddles, while water streamed from the edges of buildings in silvery curtains. The dry season brought its own rhythms and scents. The dusty warmth of sun-baked streets, the salt-laden breeze from the sea, the occasional waft of incense from a nearby temple. The marketplace was a symphony of sounds, the gentle haggling of buyers and sellers, the calls of vendors announcing their wares, the distant lowing of cattle, the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, the sizzle of food being prepared in large metal pans. These sounds would rise and fall throughout the day, reaching a crescendo in the morning and evening hours, then settling into a gentle murmur during the hot afternoon, when many retreated indoors for rest. The social fabric of Porbandar was woven from many threads, different castes, religions, and occupations, all coexisting in a delicate balance. The Gandhi family belonged to the Maud Bania subcaste, merchants by tradition who valued education, ethical business practices, and religious devotion. This position in society afforded young Mohandas certain privileges, but also instilled in him an awareness of the complex social hierarchy that structured every interaction. In the household, Putlibai's influence was profound and gentle. Her deep religious devotion manifested not in dogmatic instruction, but in lived example. She would fast regularly, her slender form moving through the house with quiet determination, even as hunger must have gnawed at her. The soft sounds of her prayers, whispered in the pre-dawn darkness, often reached Mohandas's ears before he fully awakened. Her compassion extended to all living creatures. She would set aside portions of food for birds and stray animals, teaching by example that all life was worthy of respect and care. The natural world around Porbandar offered its own lessons. The sea was an ever-present entity, its vastness a reminder of how small one human life could be. The changing tides marked the passage of time more reliably than any clock, retreating to reveal wet stretches of sand dotted with shells and small scuttling crabs, then returning to reclaim this territory hours later. Young Mohandas would sometimes walk along the shore, feeling the wet sand yield beneath his feet, leaving footprints that would soon be washed away. An early lesson in impermanence. The night sky above Porbandar, unpolluted by artificial light, revealed a canopy of stars so numerous and bright that they seemed close enough to touch. This celestial display inspired wonder and contemplation, a natural cathedral that dwarfed any human construction. On particularly clear nights, the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light, its gentle glow reflecting on the dark surface of the sea. When the Gandhi family moved to Rajkot, when Mohandas was 7 years old, the environment changed. But many of the sensory rhythms remained similar. Rajkot was more inland, lacking the constant presence of the sea, but it had its own character. A slightly larger town with a British administrative presence that would introduce young Mohandas to new ideas and influences. The family home in Rajkot was smaller than the one in Porbandar, but it maintained the same sense of ordered simplicity. Here, the sounds of the household mingled with those of a busier town. More voices, more movement, the occasional rumble of carts on the main road. The garden space, though modest, provided a green sanctuary where young Mohandas could observe the patient work of insects, the slow unfurling of leaves, the gradual blooming of flowers, natural processes that couldn't be hurried, teaching their own lessons about patience and time. The school that Mohandas attended in Rajkot introduced new rhythms to his days. The walk to and from the building became a daily ritual, his bare feet traversing the same path, until it became so familiar he could have followed it blindfolded. The schoolroom itself was a place of structured learning, with the scratch of chalk on slate, the collective murmur of children reciting lessons, the occasional sharp reprimand from a teacher cutting through the ambient sounds. It was in Rajkot that Mohandas began to observe more directly the British colonial presence and its effects on Indian society. The British officials lived in a separate area, their bungalows set in spacious compounds with manicured gardens, a stark contrast to the more densely populated Indian neighborhoods. These physical divisions reflected deeper social and political separations that the young boy would only gradually come to understand. In both Porbandar and Rajkot, religious practice was woven into the fabric of daily life. Temples dotted the landscape, their spires rising above the surrounding buildings. The sound of bells, the chanting of mantras, the smell of incense and flower offerings. These sensory experiences were as much a part of the environment as the natural elements. Religious festivals brought color, music, and community celebration, temporarily transforming familiar spaces with decorations, special foods, and ritual observances. The changing seasons marked the passage of time, each bringing its own qualities to the physical environment. The intense heat of summer would slow all activity to a languid pace, with people seeking shade during the hottest hours. The air would shimmer above the sun-baked earth, and even the birds would fall silent in the afternoon heat. Then came the dramatic transformation of the monsoon, when the parched earth would drink deeply of the rain, and overnight, brown landscapes would begin to show hints of green. The post-monsoon months brought more moderate temperatures and clear skies, a time when outdoor activities could resume their normal pace. Throughout his childhood, young Mohandas absorbed these sensory experiences, these rhythms of natural and social life. The physical environment shaped not just his daily activities, but his developing understanding of the world. The modest comfort of his family home taught him that simplicity need not mean deprivation. The social environment, with its complex hierarchies and traditions, planted questions that would later blossom into revolutionary ideas about equality and justice. The boy who feared the dark and found comfort in the steady flame of an oil lamp would one day become a light for millions. But in those early years in Porbandar and Rajkot, he was simply a child, observing, experiencing, learning from the world around him, the gentle lap of waves against the shore, the slow movement of shadows across stone floors, the patient unfurling of leaves in a garden. These were the quiet teachers that helped shape a soul that would one day reshape a nation. As evening settles around us and our thoughts grow quieter, we might imagine young Mohandas falling asleep to the sounds of his mother's soft prayers, the distant call of a night bird, the occasional rustle of leaves in a passing breeze. In these peaceful moments between wakefulness and dreams, the seeds of greatness were being nurtured, though none could have predicted the remarkable journey that lay ahead. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The education of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi unfolded like a gentle river, flowing through different landscapes, gathering depth and clarity with each passing year. As we continue our peaceful journey through his formative years, let us linger in the quiet moments of intellectual awakening that shaped the Mahatma's mind. When Gandhi reached the age of 7, his formal education began at a primary school in Porbandar. Imagine the small boy with large, curious eyes, walking along dusty pathways to his school, the morning sun warming his shoulders. The classroom was simple, wooden desks worn smooth by generations of children, the scent of chalk dust hanging in the air, and the melodic sound of children reciting their lessons in unison. Young Mohandas was neither exceptionally brilliant nor particularly poor in his studies. He moved through his lessons with steady patience, like a careful gardener tending to delicate plants. After his family moved to Rajkot, Mohandas attended the local primary school. The rhythm of learning continued: arithmetic in the cool morning hours, language studies as the day warmed, and history as afternoon shadows lengthened across the schoolyard. His teachers noted his neat handwriting and conscientious approach to homework. There was something in his methodical nature, his attention to detail, that hinted at the disciplined thinker he would become. At the age of 11, Mohandas transitioned to high school in Rajkot. The Alfred High School, with its colonial architecture and stricter discipline, introduced him to a wider world of knowledge. The building itself was a teacher, its stone corridors echoing with footsteps, its high ceilings encouraging thoughts to rise and expand. Here, Gandhi encountered English literature, mathematics, and history in greater depth. Though not at the top of his class, he absorbed knowledge steadily, like soil receiving gentle rain. During these quiet years of schooling, Gandhi developed a love for reading that would sustain him throughout his life. In the peaceful hours after school, as golden afternoon light filtered through windows, he would often sit with a book, traveling to distant places and times through its pages. His father's home contained religious texts, the stories of Hindu epics with their moral lessons about duty, sacrifice, and righteousness. These tales settled into his consciousness like seeds waiting for the right season to germinate. The teachers who guided Gandhi through these years were like lamplighters, illuminating paths of knowledge without necessarily knowing where those paths might lead. There was Mr. Dorabji Edalji Gimi, his headmaster at high school, whose dignified bearing and fair treatment of students demonstrated how authority could be exercised with respect. There was the English teacher, who praised Gandhi's careful attention to grammar and syntax, nurturing the precision of expression that would later serve him well in his writings and speeches. Beyond the classroom, Gandhi's education continued in the gentle embrace of family life. His mother, Putlibai, though not formally educated herself, possessed a wisdom that transcended books. In the soft glow of evening lamps, she would share stories from the Ramayana and Mahabharata, her voice rising and falling like a lullaby. From her, Gandhi absorbed not just the content of these ancient texts, but their underlying message of moral courage and spiritual devotion. Her influence was like moonlight, subtle, constant, illuminating without glare or harshness. When Gandhi was 13, a significant transition occurred in his life: his marriage to Kasturbai Makhanji. This union, arranged according to the customs of the time, brought new dimensions to his education. Kasturbai, though also young, carried different perspectives and experiences. Their relationship became a lifelong dialogue, sometimes harmonious, sometimes discordant, but always instructive. In the quiet moments of their early marriage, as they navigated the unfamiliar terrain of shared life, Gandhi learned lessons about compromise, understanding, and the complex nature of human connections. At 16, another shadow fell across his path: the death of his father, Karamchand Gandhi. Grief became a teacher, stern but profound, showing the young man the impermanence of life and the depth of human emotion. In the stillness that follows great loss, Gandhi began to contemplate more deeply the meaning of existence, the nature of duty, and his own place in the world. These reflections were like stars appearing one by one in an evening sky, points of light in darkness, guiding without fully illuminating the path ahead. After completing high school, Gandhi's family decided he should pursue higher education. The gentle current of his life now carried him toward a new horizon: the study of law. In 1888, at the age of 18, he departed for London to study at the Inner Temple, one of the 4 Inns of Court. Imagine the young man boarding the ship, the vast ocean before him, mirroring the expansive possibilities of his future. The rhythmic motion of the waves, the changing colors of the sea and sky, the gradual disappearance of familiar shores. All these became metaphors for his intellectual journey. London enveloped Gandhi in a completely different atmosphere, the city with its fog and gaslight, its bustling streets and imposing buildings, its libraries and lecture halls, was a world away from the quiet lanes of Rajkot. Here, among the Gothic spires and Georgian squares, Gandhi encountered Western thought in its many forms. The legal education at Inner Temple was formal and structured, focusing on British common law, contracts, torts, and property rights. Gandhi approached these studies with his characteristic diligence, taking careful notes, reviewing them in the quiet hours of evening, preparing methodically for examinations. But his true education in London extended far beyond the law books. In the gentle hush of reading rooms, Gandhi discovered new philosophical landscapes. He read the works of Edwin Arnold, whose The Light of Asia introduced him to the life and teachings of Buddha in poetic form. The compassionate wisdom of Buddhism resonated with something deep within him, like a bell tone matching the natural frequency of his spirit. He explored the writings of Leo Tolstoy, whose critiques of institutional religion and advocacy for nonviolence would later profoundly influence his thinking. During this time, Gandhi also encountered the Bhagavad Gita in English translation. Though raised in a Hindu household, it was in London that he engaged with this sacred text intellectually, discovering layers of meaning that had previously been obscured by familiarity. The dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna about duty, action without attachment, and spiritual truth became a source of ongoing reflection, like a well from which he would draw throughout his life. The vegetarian society became another important influence during his London years. Gandhi had promised his mother before leaving India that he would abstain from meat, and this commitment led him to seek out like-minded individuals in the warm atmosphere of vegetarian restaurants and society meetings. He encountered people who approached diet not merely as a matter of personal preference, but as an ethical choice. Here, he read the works of Henry Salt on animal rights and connected with progressive thinkers who saw the connection between compassion for animals and broader social reform. It was also during this time that Gandhi began to develop his public voice. In the gentle encouragement of friends from the Vegetarian Society, he wrote his first articles for their journal. His early writings were like tender shoots, somewhat hesitant, not yet displaying the strength they would later develop, but already showing the direction of his thought. He wrote about vegetarianism in India, about the connections between diet and moral living, finding his way toward expressing ideas that mattered deeply to him. The 3 years in London expanded Gandhi's intellectual horizons like the gradual widening of a river delta. he was exposed to Christianity not just as an abstract concept, but through direct engagement with its texts and adherents. The Sermon on the Mount, with its emphasis on loving one's enemies and turning the other cheek, struck him with particular force. These teachings settled into his consciousness alongside the Hindu and Buddhist concepts he had been exploring, creating a rich sediment of spiritual understanding. When Gandhi returned to India in 1891, he had earned his law degree, but had gained much more: a broader perspective on the world, an introduction to diverse philosophical traditions, and the beginning of a voice with which to express his evolving ideas. Yet he found himself struggling to establish a legal practice. The courtrooms of Bombay, with their rapid exchanges and procedural intricacies, intimidated the young lawyer, whose nature inclined toward thoughtful deliberation rather than quick repartee. This period of professional uncertainty became another classroom. In the quiet disappointment of empty office hours and unsuccessful court appearances, Gandhi learned about perseverance and humility. Each setback was like a gentle hand guiding him toward his true path, though he could not yet see where that path would lead. An opportunity arose to work for an Indian firm in South Africa, and Gandhi accepted, seeing it as a temporary solution to his professional difficulties. Little did he know that this decision would become a turning point in his education, not in formal academics, but in the university of life experience. South Africa presented Gandhi with stark realities of racial discrimination and injustice, the indignities he personally experienced: being thrown off a train despite having a first-class ticket, being ordered to remove his turban in court, being beaten for refusing to give up his seat to a European passenger, or powerful teachers. These experiences awakened in him not bitterness, but a determination to understand the roots of injustice and to find effective ways to combat it. It was in South Africa that Gandhi's education entered a new phase: the practical application of ideals in the face of oppression. He began organizing the Indian community, establishing the Natal Indian Congress in 1894. The meetings of this organization became classrooms of civic engagement, where strategies were discussed, differences negotiated, and collective action planned. In these gatherings, Gandhi developed his skills as a community organizer and advocate, learning to listen to diverse perspectives and to build consensus among people with varying interests and backgrounds. During his 2 decades in South Africa, Gandhi's reading and thinking continued to deepen. He established a farm called Phoenix Settlement, where he experimented with communal living and sustainable agriculture. In the quiet evenings at Phoenix, after days of legal work and community organizing, Gandhi would often read by lamplight. He corresponded with Tolstoy, whose concept of non-resistance to evil through peaceful means resonated deeply with his emerging philosophy. John Ruskin's Unto This Last profoundly influenced Gandhi during this period. Ruskin's critique of industrial capitalism and his vision of an economy based on the dignity of labor and the value of craftsmanship aligned with Gandhi's growing concerns about modern civilization's direction. The book's message was like a key, unlocking a door to new ways of thinking about social organization and economic justice. Thoreau's argument that individuals should follow their conscience, even when it conflicts with unjust laws, provided philosophical grounding for the resistance methods Gandhi was beginning to develop. These ideas settled into his thinking like pollen carried by a gentle breeze, cross-pollinating with concepts from Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain traditions. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life, from the quiet corners of his childhood to the wide horizons of his later activism. Mahatma Gandhi's life was shaped by a series of mentors and guides, each leaving their imprint on his gentle yet unshakable spirit. His journey was not one of solitary wisdom, but of gathering light from many sources, like a river fed by countless streams. Long before he became the Mahatma, the great soul, he was simply a boy, a student, a seeker, learning from those who walked before him. One of the earliest and most tender influences in Gandhi's life was his mother, Putlibai, a woman of deep faith and quiet strength. She moved through the household with a serene devotion that left a lasting impression on her son. Every morning, she would rise before dawn to pray, her soft murmurs filling the quiet house. She fasted often, not out of obligation, but out of love for the divine, a discipline that young Mohandas would later adopt in his own spiritual practice. Her kindness extended beyond the home. She would slip food to wandering monks who passed through their town, teaching Gandhi that generosity was not just a virtue, but a way of life. Though she had little formal education, her wisdom was vast, and she instilled in him a reverence for truth that would become the cornerstone of his philosophy. At school, Gandhi was a shy and thoughtful boy, not particularly gifted in academics, but deeply sensitive to the world around him. One teacher, in particular, left a mark on him, a man who gently corrected his spelling mistakes, not with scorn, but with patience. This small act of kindness stayed with Gandhi, reinforcing his belief that education should be nurturing rather than harsh, a lesson he would carry into his own later experiments with teaching. When Gandhi sailed to England to study law, he was adrift in a world vastly different from the one he had known. In those early days of loneliness and uncertainty, he found guidance in unexpected places. A fellow vegetarian, a simple man who ran a small restaurant, became an unlikely mentor. Over shared meals of lentils and rice, this man introduced Gandhi to the writings of Henry Salt, an advocate for vegetarianism and animal rights. Through Salt's work, Gandhi began to see diet not just as a personal choice, but as a moral stance a thread that would later weave into his broader philosophy of nonviolence. But perhaps the most transformative relationship of Gandhi's early years was with the Jain scholar Rachenpai, a man whose wisdom ran deep as the roots of an ancient tree. When Gandhi, then a young lawyer in South Africa, was struggling with doubts about his faith and purpose, he wrote to Rachenpai, pouring out his questions like a man thirsting for water. In his replies, Rachenpai spoke not with the stern voice of a preacher, but with the calm assurance of a friend. He taught Gandhi that truth was not something to be grasped through argument, but experienced through living. Their correspondence, filled with gentle inquiry rather than dogmatic certainty, helped Gandhi refine his belief in ahimsa nonviolence, not as passive surrender, but as active, courageous love. During his 2 decades in South Africa, Gandhi's circle of mentors expanded beyond those he met in person to include voices from books, their words reaching him across time and distance. One such voice was Leo Tolstoy, the Russian writer, whose later years were devoted to a philosophy of radical simplicity and non-resistance to evil. Gandhi wrote to him, and though Tolstoy was an old man by then, his reply was filled with warmth and encouragement. He praised Gandhi's efforts in South Africa, seeing in them the seeds of a movement that could transform the world. Tolstoy's letters were like lanterns in the dark, guiding Gandhi toward the idea that true change could not come through force, but only through the quiet, persistent power of love. Another guiding light was John Ruskin, whose book Asterisk Unto This Last Asterisk fell into Gandhi's hands almost by chance. On a long train ride, he began reading and found himself unable to stop. Ruskin's critique of industrial society, his vision of an economy built on dignity rather than profit, resonated deeply with Gandhi's own growing disillusionment with modern civilization. The book was not just theory, it moved him to action. Soon after, he established the Phoenix Settlement, a small community where people lived simply, working the land and publishing a newspaper by hand. It was an experiment in living out Ruskin's ideals, a place where labor was sacred and no one was above another. And then there was Henry David Thoreau, the American thinker whose essay, Civil Disobedience, became another quiet revelation. Thoreau's argument that one must follow conscience over unjust laws was like a key turning in Gandhi's mind. He began to see that resistance did not have to mean violence. It could take the form of peaceful refusal, a withdrawal of cooperation from systems of oppression. This idea, combined with the teachings of his Indian heritage, would later blossom into satyagraha, the force of truth that became the heart of his movement. But mentors were not always distant figures. Some walked beside him in the everyday struggles of his work. In South Africa, Herman Kallenbach, a Jewish architect, became one of Gandhi's closest friends and supporters. Together, they dreamed of a life of simplicity, even buying a plot of land where they hoped to live as farmers. Kallenbach, with his practical skills and steadfast loyalty, helped Gandhi build the Tolstoy farm, another experiment in communal living. Their friendship was one of mutual growth. Gandhi learned from Kallenbach's resilience, while Kallenbach was deeply moved by Gandhi's unwavering commitment to truth. Later, when Gandhi returned to India, he found another guiding presence in Gopal Krishna Gokhale, a leader of the Indian National Congress. Gokhale was like an elder brother to him, offering not just political advice, but personal wisdom. He urged Gandhi to travel across India, to listen rather than speak, to understand the country's struggles before trying to lead. Gandhi, ever the humble student, took this advice to heart, spending a year journeying by train, bullock cart, and foot, absorbing the rhythms of the land and its people. Gokhale's mentorship was brief. He passed away not long after, but his influence lingered, a reminder that leadership must always be rooted in service. Through all these relationships, one thread remained constant: Gandhi's openness to learning, his willingness to be shaped by those who crossed his path. Even in his later years, when he himself had become a mentor to millions, he never stopped seeing himself as a student of life. He would sit on the floor of his ashram, spinning yarn, listening to the stories of villagers who came to him with their sorrows and hopes. He believed that wisdom could come from anyone: a child, a laborer, an opponent. And so, as the sun set on his long and winding journey, Gandhi's life stood as a testament to the power of gentle guidance, of voices that speak not in shouts, but in whispers, leaving echoes that last far beyond a single lifetime. His mentors, whether near or far, whether living or long gone, had given him not just ideas, but a way of being, one rooted in patience, humility, and an unshakable faith in the goodness of humanity. And in turn, he became that same quiet guide for countless others, a lantern held steady in the darkness, lighting the way toward a more peaceful world. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Before Gandhi became the Mahatma, the great soul, he was simply a young man named Mohandas, stepping hesitantly into the world of law, unsure of where his path would lead. His earliest professional experiences were marked not by grand triumphs, but by quiet struggles, small lessons, and the slow unfolding of a calling he had not yet recognized. After completing his legal studies in England, Gandhi returned to India in 1891, a freshly minted barrister, full of book knowledge, but painfully aware of his lack of practical experience. His first attempts to establish himself in Bombay were far from smooth. The courts intimidated him, his voice faltering as he stood before seasoned judges who showed little patience for his nervousness. His first case, a simple matter of drafting a legal petition, ended in disaster when his nerves got the better of him, and he was forced to return his client's fee in shame. It was a humbling moment, one that might have discouraged a lesser spirit. But for Gandhi, failure was never an end, only a beginning. With Bombay proving too daunting, he retreated to Rajkot, the town of his childhood, where he hoped to find steadier footing. Here, he took up the modest work of drafting petitions and legal documents, earning a modest but reliable income. It was honest labor, if not glamorous, and it gave him time to reflect on the kind of life he wished to lead. Yet even here, obstacles arose. A dispute with a British officer, a man who had once been a friend of his family, ended with Gandhi being unceremoniously ejected from the man's office. The humiliation stung, but it also planted a seed of understanding. The world he lived in was one of hierarchies, of power wielded carelessly, and he would have to find a way to navigate it without compromising his dignity. It was during this uncertain period that an unexpected opportunity arrived, a chance to travel to South Africa to assist a Muslim merchant in a legal dispute. At first, it seemed like a temporary assignment, a brief detour before returning to build his career in India, but fate had other plans. The moment Gandhi set foot in Durban in 1893, he encountered a world that would reshape him entirely. South Africa was a land of stark contrasts, where the British colonial system enforced rigid racial divisions. Indians, though brought to the country as laborers and traders, were treated as second-class citizens, subjected to degrading laws and daily indignities. Gandhi, dressed in the fine suit of an English barrister, soon learned that his education meant little in the eyes of the ruling class. On a train journey to Pretoria, he was violently ejected from a first-class carriage, despite holding a valid ticket, forced to spend a shivering night on a cold platform. That moment of injustice burned into his consciousness, not as a wound, but as a revelation. For the first time, he saw with painful clarity the machinery of oppression, how it dehumanized not just the oppressed, but the oppressor as well. Rather than retreat, he chose to stay, to fight not with anger, but with a quiet, unyielding resolve. He began organizing the Indian community, helping them draft petitions, teaching them to assert their rights with dignity rather than desperation. His early efforts were small letters to newspapers, meetings with officials, but they carried the first whispers of the philosophy that would later define him. That true change could not be forced, only awakened. In these early years, he also encountered people who would shape his thinking in unexpected ways. One such figure was Abdullah Sheth, the merchant who had brought him to South Africa, a man of deep faith and practical wisdom. Sheth showed Gandhi the power of perseverance, of standing firm without raising one's voice. Then there were the indentured laborers, men and women whose suffering moved him profoundly. Listening to their stories, he realized that the law alone could not heal injustice. What was needed was a transformation of the heart. Slowly, his work began to expand. He founded the Natal Indian Congress, an organization dedicated to uniting Indians across religious and regional lines. He wrote pamphlets, organized protests, and even volunteered as a stretcher bearer during an outbreak of plague. Believing that service was the highest form of leadership, yet even as his influence grew, he remained a student, learning from every encounter, every setback. One of his most profound lessons came not from a victory, but from a failure. In 1899, during the Boer War, he encouraged Indians to support the British Empire, hoping that loyalty would be rewarded with better treatment. He even organized an ambulance corps, leading volunteers onto the battlefield to tend to the wounded. But when the war ended, the promises of equality evaporated. The betrayal stung, but it also clarified his path. Justice could not be earned through appeasement. It had to be demanded peacefully but unflinchingly. By the time he left South Africa in 1914, Gandhi was no longer the uncertain young barrister who had arrived 2 decades earlier. He had discovered the power of satyagraha, the force of truth, a principle that would guide him for the rest of his life. His early struggles, once so discouraging, now seemed like necessary steps on a longer journey. And so, as he prepared to return to India, he carried with him not just the skills of a lawyer, but the quiet wisdom of a man who had learned to see injustice not as an obstacle, but as an invitation to listen, to serve, and to walk forward, one gentle step at a time. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. When Gandhi returned to India in 1915, the country was stirring with discontent beneath the weight of British rule. Yet he did not rush into the political fray. Instead, he spent a year traveling quietly, listening to the voices of peasants and laborers, absorbing the rhythms of the land. He believed that to lead, one must first understand, not from a distance, but intimately, by walking the same dusty roads and feeling the same struggles. This patience, this willingness to wait and observe, would become a hallmark of his approach. His first major campaign began not with a grand political demand, but with something deeply personal, a protest against an unjust tax on salt. In 1917, he traveled to Champaran, where indigo farmers were forced to grow crops for British landlords under oppressive conditions. Instead of fiery speeches, he gathered testimonies, documented injustices, and spoke softly to officials. When threatened with arrest, he simply said he would accept the consequences. His quiet defiance disarmed the authorities, and eventually, the tax was lifted. It was a small victory, but it showed the power of persistence, of truth spoken gently yet firmly. Then came the Rowlatt Act of 1919, a law that allowed the British to imprison Indians without trial. Gandhi called for a nationwide day of prayer and fasting, a protest not of violence, but of stillness. He urged people to close their shops, to stop work, to sit in silent resistance. Yet, in some places, the protests turned violent, and British troops responded with brutality. The massacre at Jallianwala Bagh, where hundreds of unarmed civilians were gunned down, shook Gandhi deeply. It reaffirmed his belief that true change could not come from anger, but from a deeper discipline of the soul. This conviction led him to refine his philosophy of nonviolent resistance, satyagraha. It was more than mere protest. It was a way of living, a commitment to truth that required immense inner strength. He taught that one must be willing to suffer, to absorb violence without returning it, to break unjust laws openly and accept the punishment. This was not weakness, but the highest form of courage. One of his most iconic acts of defiance came in 1930 with the Salt March. The British monopoly on salt production meant that Indians were taxed for a basic necessity, something as simple as the sea's gift. Gandhi announced he would walk 240 miles to the coast to make his own salt. With a small band of followers, he set out, his steps slow and deliberate, pausing in villages to speak, to listen, to inspire. By the time he reached the shore, thousands had joined. He bent down, scooped up a handful of salt, and broke the law in full view of the world. The British arrested him, but the act had already ignited a movement. Across India, people began boiling seawater, selling salt, refusing to obey. The march had been peaceful, yet its impact was seismic. Gandhi's methods were not just political, they were deeply spiritual. He lived simply, wearing homespun cloth to reject British textiles, spinning his own yarn as a daily ritual. He believed that freedom began with self-reliance, that true independence meant freeing oneself from greed and materialism. His ashram became a place of discipline and simplicity, where followers practiced nonviolence in thought, word, and deed. He fasted not as a hunger strike, but as a way to purify himself and appeal to the conscience of others. His fasts were silent sermons, speaking louder than any speech. In 1942, as the world burned with war, Gandhi launched the Quit India movement, demanding an end to British rule. The response was swift mass arrests, violence, suppression. Yet even in prison, his influence grew. The British realized that they could not govern a people who refused to fear them. Slowly, inevitably, the tide turned. When India finally gained independence in 1947, it was not the triumphal moment many had imagined. Partition brought violence between Hindus and Muslims, a tragedy that pained Gandhi deeply. He walked through riot-torn villages, pleading for peace, fasting until the bloodshed stopped. His last great act was not a celebration of victory, but a plea for unity. On January 30, 1948, as he walked to his evening prayer meeting, a man stepped forward and shot him. Gandhi's last words were a blessing. Hey Ram, O God, in death as in life. He offered no hatred, only forgiveness. His legacy was not in laws passed or battles won, but in the quiet revolution of the spirit he inspired. He showed that true power lies not in force, but in truth, not in domination, but in love. His life was a testament to the belief that even the smallest acts of courage, repeated with patience, can move mountains. And so, as we think of him now, we see not just a leader, but a man who walked softly, spoke gently, and changed the world without ever raising his voice. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The story of Mahatma Gandhi is woven with moments of quiet but immense significance. Crossroads where a single choice could have altered everything. His life was not one of sudden, dramatic turns, but of slow, deliberate steps, each leading him deeper into the heart of his philosophy. One such moment came early, when as a young lawyer in South Africa, he was thrown off a train in Pietermaritzburg for daring to sit in a first-class compartment reserved for whites. That cold night on the platform could have filled him with bitterness, could have hardened him into seeking revenge. Instead, it planted the seed of a question. How does one fight injustice without becoming unjust? From this moment, Gandhi's path unfolded with a gentle but unshakable certainty. He chose not to meet violence with violence, not to answer hatred with hatred. Instead, he began to develop the idea of satyagraha, truth force, a way of resisting oppression through peaceful non-cooperation. Had he taken a different road? Had he allowed anger to guide him? The history of India's freedom struggle might have been written in blood, rather than in the quiet strength of marches, boycotts, and spinning wheels. Another turning point came when he returned to India in 1915, after 2 decades in South Africa. The Indian National Congress was already active, but its methods were more conventional, more rooted in petitions and negotiations with the British. Gandhi could have joined them quietly, working within the system. But he saw something deeper, a need to connect the fight for freedom with the lives of ordinary people. So he traveled slowly from village to village, listening, learning, wearing the simple homespun cloth of a peasant. Had he remained in the halls of politics, speaking only to the educated elite, the movement might never have become the tidal wave of mass participation that it did. Then came the Salt March of 1930, a moment so simple yet so profound. The British monopoly on salt was a small injustice in the grand scheme of things, but Gandhi saw it as a symbol of all oppression. Walking 240 miles to the sea to make salt was not just an act of defiance, it was an invitation. Anyone could join. Anyone could break an unjust law by picking up a handful of salt. Had he chosen a more conventional protest, perhaps a strike or a written manifesto, it might have passed unnoticed. But this act, so humble, so visible, stirred millions. The British could arrest thousands, but they could not stop the tide of people who now believed in their own power. The darkest crossroads came in 1947, as independence loomed alongside the horror of partition. The division of India and Pakistan was a wound that Gandhi could not heal, no matter how hard he tried. He had spent his life preaching unity between Hindus and Muslims, and now, as the borders were drawn, violence erupted. He could have retreated, could have accepted the inevitability of the bloodshed. But instead, he walked into the heart of the riots, fasting until the fighting stopped. His body grew weak, but his spirit never wavered. Had he chosen silence, had he accepted partition without protest, the violence might have been even worse. His presence alone, his willingness to suffer, gave pause to those caught in the frenzy of hatred. And then, the final moment, his assassination. Even in death, his choice was one of forgiveness. His last words, "Hey Ram," were not a curse, but a prayer. The man who shot him believed he was saving Hinduism, but Gandhi's legacy was never about division. It was about the quiet, unyielding power of love. Had he harbored resentment in his final breath, had he died with anything but compassion, his message might have been lost in the noise of history. But because he remained steadfast, his light only grew brighter. What if he had chosen differently at any of these moments? What if he had answered violence with violence, or turned away from the suffering of others? The world might never have known the strength of nonviolence, might never have seen that a small, frail man in a loincloth could bring an empire to its knees, not by force, but by truth. His life reminds us that the most important choices are often the quietest. The decision to listen rather than shout, to endure rather than retaliate, to love rather than hate. And so, as we think of him now, we see not just a man, but a path, one that anyone can walk if they have the courage to take the first step. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Mahatma Gandhi's life was woven with relationships, threads of love, friendship, mentorship, and sometimes even conflict that shaped him as deeply as his philosophies did. Each connection carried its own quiet lessons, its own gentle influence, like ripples in a still pond. And perhaps it is in these personal bonds that we see the truest reflection of his spirit. A man who believed in the power of human connection just as much as he believed in truth and nonviolence. His earliest and most intimate relationship was with Kasturba, his wife. They were married as children, a common practice in their time, and grew into love slowly, like two trees whose roots entwined over the years. In the beginning, their marriage was marked by youthful misunderstandings. Gandhi, in his early years, was possessive and stubborn, even attempting to control Kasturba's movements. But as he matured, so did their bond. She became his companion in every sense, standing beside him through his experiments with truth, his fasts, his imprisonments. She was not always in agreement with him, especially when he took vows of celibacy. or imposed strict dietary restrictions on the household. But she stayed, a steady presence in the storm of his activism. When she fell ill in prison, he cared for her with the tenderness of a man who had learned through time the depth of her sacrifices. Her death in his arms in 1944 left him heartbroken, a loss he carried quietly, a reminder that even the strongest spirits need love to sustain them. Then there were his sons, particularly Harlal, whose relationship with Gandhi was one of the most painful chapters of his life. Harlal resented his father's austerity, his refusal to grant him the conventional education or career he desired. He rebelled, turning to alcohol and drifting far from the path his father walked. Gandhi, though firm in his principles, never stopped loving him. He wrote letters filled with sorrow, but also hope, urging Harlal to find his own truth, even if it diverged from his own. The estrangement between them was a quiet agony, a reminder that even the man who could move millions could not always mend the fractures within his own family. Yet, in his final years, Harlal would occasionally return, drawn back by the unbreakable, if frayed, bond between father and son. Among his closest friends was Hermann Kallenbach, a German Jewish architect he met in South Africa. Their friendship was deep, almost brotherly. Kallenbach shared Gandhi's passion for simple living, even joining him in his early experiments with vegetarianism and manual labor. They dreamed together of a communal farm, a place where people of all backgrounds could live in harmony, an idea that would later bloom into Gandhi's ashrams in India. Though distance eventually separated them, their letters remained warm, filled with mutual respect. Kallenbach's loyalty was a testament to the way Gandhi's sincerity could forge friendships across cultures, languages, and beliefs. Another profound friendship was with Sarojini Naidu, the poet and political leader, who affectionately called him Mickey Mouse for his ears and playful spirit. She brought lightness to his serious world, teasing him even as she stood unshakably by his side during the Salt March and other pivotal moments. Her wit and courage balanced his solemnity, and their bond showed that even in the struggle for freedom, there could be joy, laughter, and the comfort of true companionship. His professional collaborations, too, were marked by deep mutual influence. Jawaharlal Nehru, younger and more modern in his outlook, often disagreed with Gandhi on economic and social policies, yet their relationship was one of profound respect. Nehru, the fiery visionary, and Gandhi, the patient guide. Gandhi saw in Nehru the future of India, while Nehru saw in Gandhi the moral compass the nation needed. Their debates were never bitter, only thoughtful, like two gardeners tending to the same tree, each knowing it needed both sunlight and rain to grow. Then there was Rabindranath Tagore, the poet whose soulful wisdom resonated with Gandhi's own. They did not always agree. Tagore worried that Gandhi's emphasis on spinning and rural life might hold India back from progress. but their disagreements were gentle, like two rivers merging, each enriching the other. Tagore called Gandhi Mahatma, the great soul, a title that would stay with him forever, while Gandhi called Tagore Gurudev, a teacher of light. Their correspondence was a meeting of minds, a reminder that even in dissent, there could be deep affection, and of course, there were the countless unnamed faces, the villagers who walked with him during protests, the prisoners who shared his jail cells, the volunteers who spun khadi beside him. To each, he gave his full attention, his kindness. He remembered names, asked about families, listened to stories. These small, fleeting connections were as sacred to him as the grand alliances with leaders. Even in conflict, Gandhi sought understanding. When Subhas Chandra Bose, the fiery nationalist, parted ways with him over methods, Gandhi did not condemn him. He acknowledged their differences, but never let them harden into hatred. Years later, when Bose was reported dead, Gandhi mourned him as one would a lost son, proving that respect could outlast even the sharpest disagreements. His relationships were not without pain. There were betrayals, misunderstandings, moments of loneliness. But through them all, he chose compassion. When a close associate once lied to him, Gandhi forgave him, saying that trust was like a fragile thread once broken. It could be rewoven, stronger with each careful stitch. And so, as we reflect on these bonds, we see that Gandhi's greatness was not just in his ideals, but in how he lived them through love for his wife, patience with his sons, loyalty to his friends, and openness even to those who opposed him. His life whispers to us that relationships, in all their complexity, are the truest test of our principles. That to love fully, to forgive freely, and to listen deeply. These are the quiet acts that change the world. As you drift into sleep tonight, imagine him sitting cross-legged, spinning yarn, surrounded by those he loved. Picture the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed with Sarojini Naidu, the tenderness with which he held Kasturba's hand, the sorrow and hope in his letters to Harlal. These moments, ordinary and extraordinary, remind us that even the most luminous lives are made of simple, human connections. And in that thought, there is peace. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Every evening, as the golden hues of sunset softened into twilight, Gandhi would sit quietly on the floor of his ashram, spinning cotton on his charkha. The rhythmic whir of the wheel was a meditation, a way to steady his thoughts and calm his spirit. His hands, weathered by years of labor, moved with practiced ease, drawing out the thread as if spinning not just yarn, but also patience, perseverance, and peace. This simple act was more than a political statement. It was a personal ritual, a moment of quiet in a life so often filled with the noise of struggle. His days began before dawn, with the first light creeping over the horizon. He would rise silently, careful not to disturb those still sleeping, and step outside to breathe, in the cool morning air. The world was still then, wrapped in a hushed stillness that he cherished. He would often write letters in these early hours, the scratch of his pen against paper the only sound. His words flowed slowly, thoughtfully, whether he was composing a message to a distant friend, offering guidance to a follower, or pouring out his heart to one of his sons. Breakfast was simple: a handful of soaked almonds, some goat's milk, perhaps a piece of fruit. He ate little, believing that a light diet kept the mind clear. Food was never an indulgence for him, but a necessity taken with gratitude. He would sip his tea slowly, savoring the warmth as it spread through him, a small comfort in a life of austerity. His relationship with Kasturba, his wife, was one of deep, quiet understanding. They had been married as children, their bond forged over decades of shared joys and sorrows. She was his anchor, the steady presence who stood beside him through exile, imprisonment, and countless hardships. Though he was often away, traveling for his work, he wrote to her whenever he could, his letters tender and full of concern for her well-being. When they were together, they spoke little of grand ideals, but of small things: the health of a grandchild, the ripening of fruit in the ashram garden, the way the monsoon rains made the earth smell fresh and new. His children brought him both joy and heartache. Haralul, his eldest, had struggled deeply, drifting away from the path his father had chosen. Gandhi's letters to him were filled with a father's sorrow and a father's love, never condemning, always hoping. He understood that each person must find their own way, even when that way led to pain. His other sons, though closer to him, also carried the weight of his expectations. He was not a perfect father. He knew this himself. But he loved them fiercely, even when his principles sometimes seemed to come before their needs. In the ashram, life moved at the pace of the spinning wheel. The mornings were for work, sweeping the grounds, tending the garden, teaching the children. Gandhi believed that labor was sacred, that no task was beneath anyone. He would often join in the simplest chores, his hands dirty from weeding or his back sore from carrying firewood. There was no hierarchy in these tasks. All were equal in the effort to sustain their community. The afternoons were for rest and reflection. He would often sit beneath the shade of a neem tree, listening to the rustle of leaves, the distant chatter of birds. Sometimes he would read the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, the works of Tolstoy, slowly turning the pages, absorbing each word. Other times, he would simply close his eyes and breathe, letting the stillness settle into his bones. Evenings brought people to him, followers seeking advice, villagers with grievances, friends stopping by to share a meal or a story. He listened more than he spoke, his dark eyes thoughtful, his expression calm. His laughter was rare but warm, a quiet chuckle that made those around him smile. When disputes arose, he did not rush to judge, but waited, letting silence do its work, knowing that often the answer would come if one was patient enough to hear it. His friendships were deep, and enduring. With Sarojini Naidu, the poet and freedom fighter, he shared a bond of mutual respect and gentle teasing. She called him Mickey Mouse for his ears, and he would shake his head in amusement, never offended. With Herman Kallenbach, the architect who had been his closest companion in South Africa, he exchanged letters filled with affection and memories of their shared struggles. Even with those who opposed him, he maintained a quiet dignity, never allowing anger to sever the possibility of reconciliation. At night, before sleep, he would often walk barefoot through the ashram, feeling the earth beneath his feet. The stars overhead were his companions, their distant light a reminder of how small each of us is in the vastness of the universe. He would return to his simple cot, its thin mattress offering little comfort. But he did not seek comfort in things. His rest was the rest of a man at peace with his choices, even when they brought hardship. And so, as you let your own eyes grow heavy, imagine him there, his breath slow, his body tired, but his heart full. The night wraps around him like a soft shawl, and the sounds of the ashram settle into silence. The spinning wheel rests until morning. The letters are written, the small acts of kindness done. His life, so vast in its impact, was made of these quiet moments, the touch of a loved one's hand, the taste of simple food, the sound of a friend's voice. In these ordinary things, he found the extraordinary, and perhaps, as you drift into sleep, you too can find peace in the thought that a life well lived is built not on grandeur, but on the quiet, steady rhythm of love. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Imagine the first light of dawn creeping softly over the ashram, painting the earth in gentle hues of gold and amber. Long before the world stirred, Mahatma Gandhi would rise, his body attuned to the quiet rhythm of the morning. His day began in the hush before sunrise, when the air was still cool and the birds had only just begun their tentative songs. He would wash his face with cold water, the simple act a reminder of the purity he sought in all things. Then, settling into a corner of his small, unadorned room, he would fold his legs beneath him and close his eyes, sinking into meditation. The silence wrapped around him like a cocoon, and in those moments, he listened to the stillness, to his breath, to the whisper of his own heart. After meditation came the spinning wheel. The rhythmic hum of the charkha was the music of his mornings, his fingers moving deftly as the thread spun into being. This was not just work, it was prayer, a quiet rebellion against the machinery of empire, a return to the simplicity of hand and heart. The cotton fibers twisted and lengthened under his touch, each turn a small act of defiance, each yard of thread a testament to patience. Around him, the ashram would slowly awaken, the soft murmur of voices, the scent of wood smoke from the kitchen, the distant sound of sweeping as others began their own tasks. Breakfast was a simple affair, often just a handful of nuts, some fruit, and a cup of warm goat's milk. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, mindful of the labor that had brought the food to his plate. Meals were never rushed. They were moments of gratitude, shared with those around him. If a visitor came, he would offer them the same, his hospitality as unassuming as his life. Conversation flowed gently, sometimes about the day's work, sometimes about the struggles of the nation, but always with kindness at its core. By mid-morning, he would turn to his correspondence. Letters arrived daily from friends, from followers, from those who sought his counsel. His workspace was a small wooden desk, its surface worn smooth by years of use, a simple ink pot, a fountain pen, and a stack of paper were his tools. He wrote with careful deliberation, each word chosen with thought, each sentence carrying the weight of his convictions. To Sarojini Naidu, he might pen a playful note, teasing her in return for her affectionate nicknames. To Herman Kallenbach, he would write of shared memories, of the struggles they had faced together in South Africa, the bond between them undimmed by distance. Even to his adversaries, his tone was measured, never harsh, always leaving the door open for understanding. The afternoons were for walking. Barefoot, he would tread the earth, feeling the soil beneath his feet, the warmth of the sun on his skin. Walking was not just movement, it was connection to the land, to the people, to the pulse of life itself. Sometimes he walked alone, lost in thought. Other times, companions joined him, and the rhythm of their steps became a quiet conversation. If he passed children playing, he would pause, his face breaking into a smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He believed in the joy of simplicity, in the laughter of the young, in the unburdened moments that made life sweet. Meals were taken in the late afternoon. A light lunch of vegetables, lentils, and whole grains, prepared without spice or excess. He ate sparingly, not out of deprivation, but out of respect for the body's needs. Food, like all things, was to be treated with reverence. After eating, he might rest for a short while, lying on his simple cot, a thin cotton cloth draped over him. His sleep was brief, but deep, a few moments of surrender to the body's weariness before rising again, refreshed. Evenings were for community. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the ashram, the residents would gather. Sometimes there was singing bhajans, devotional songs that rose into the twilight, their melodies soft and soothing. Other times, there was reading passages from the Bhagavad Gita, or the works of Tolstoy, or the poetry of Tagore. Gandhi's voice, when he read aloud, was calm and steady, each word given space to breathe. The listeners would sit in silence, their minds stilled by the rhythm of his speech. When night fell, the world grew quiet once more. Before retiring, he would walk again, this time under the stars. The vast sky stretched above him, endless and serene, a reminder of the smallness of human worries in the face of eternity. The earth beneath his feet was cool now. The day's warmth faded. He would pause, looking up, his breath slow and even. Then, returning to his room, he would prepare for sleep. His bed was no more than a thin mattress on a wooden frame, a single blanket folded at its foot. He needed no more. Comfort, to him, was not in possessions, but in the peace of a clear conscience. As he lay down, the events of the day would drift through his mind, the letters written, the conversations shared, the small acts of service rendered. There was no regret, no restless churning of thoughts. His life was lived in alignment with his beliefs. And so sleep came easily, like a gentle tide washing over him. The night sounds of the ashram, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, the soft breathing of those nearby lulled him into rest. And so, as you imagine his day, from dawn's first light to the quiet surrender of night, you too may feel the soothing rhythm of a life lived with intention. There is no hurry here, no clamor, only the steady pulse of purpose. His routines were not rigid, but fluid, shaped by the needs of the moment and the call of the heart. In the simplicity of his days, he found depth. In the quiet of his nights, he found peace. And as you let these thoughts settle over you, like a soft blanket, may you also find rest in the knowing that a life of meaning is built not in grand gestures, but in the small, steady acts of love. Sleep now, as he once did, with the quiet certainty that tomorrow will bring its own rhythms, its own moments of grace. The world turns, the stars keep watch, and all is well. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy was not born fully formed, but rather unfolded like a slow, steady river, deepening over time, as experience shaped his understanding of truth, justice, and human dignity. His beliefs were not rigid doctrines, but living principles, tested and refined through the quiet crucible of daily life. At the heart of it all was the idea he called Satyagraha asterisk, the force of truth and love. He believed that truth was not merely an abstract concept, but something to be lived, moment by moment, in the smallest choices as much as the grandest struggles. As a young man in South Africa, Gandhi first encountered the harsh realities of racial prejudice, and it was there that the seeds of his philosophy took root. He once recounted how, as a lawyer, he was thrown off a train for daring to sit in a first-class compartment reserved for whites. That humiliating night, spent shivering in a cold station, could have hardened him with bitterness, but instead, it softened him, opening his eyes to the suffering of others and the need for a different kind of resistance. The weak can never forgive, he later wrote. Gandhi's worldview was shaped by many influences: Hindu scriptures like the Bhagavad Gita, the teachings of Jesus, the writings of Tolstoy and Thoreau. Yet, he distilled these into something uniquely his own. He saw all life as interconnected, a vast web where every action rippled outward. This belief led him to advocate for ahimsa or nonviolence, not just as a tactic, but as a way of being. To harm another, he taught, was ultimately to harm oneself. His daily life reflected this philosophy in countless small ways. He spun his own cloth, believing that self-reliance was a form of resistance to colonial exploitation. He ate simple meals, often just fruits and nuts, seeing voluntary simplicity as a rejection of greed. Even in speech, he measured his words carefully, knowing that truthfulness was not just about honesty, but about kindness. Speak only if it improves upon the silence, he would remind himself. One of his most profound realizations was that true change could not be forced. It had to be lived into existence. When leading India's struggle for independence, he did not call for armed rebellion, but for peaceful disobedience, urging people to break unjust laws while accepting the consequences with dignity. Salt marches, boycotts of British goods, silent protests. These were not just political acts, but spiritual ones, meant to awaken the conscience of both oppressor and oppressed. Yet Gandhi was no saint in his own eyes. He often spoke of his own failings, his struggles with anger, his moments of doubt. He saw himself as a lifelong student of truth, always experimenting, always learning. My life is my message, he said, acknowledging that his actions spoke louder than any words. Even in his ashram, where followers gathered to live in simplicity, he encouraged open dialogue, welcoming disagreement as part of the search for truth. Perhaps the most soothing aspect of Gandhi's philosophy was his insistence on the power of the present moment. He did not dwell in regret over the past or anxiety for the future. Each day was a new opportunity to practice truth, to serve others, to grow. The future depends on what you do today, he would say, reminding those around him that change began in the quiet spaces of ordinary life. As you reflect on these thoughts, let them settle softly in your mind, like leaves drifting to the ground. There is no urgency here, only the gentle rhythm of a life lived with purpose. Gandhi's words and deeds were not meant for history books alone. They were an invitation to each of us to walk our own path with integrity, one step at a time. The night is still, the air soft, the stars, like distant witnesses, shimmer above. And just as Gandhi found peace in the certainty that truth would prevail, so too can you rest in the knowledge that all is unfolding as it should. Sleep now, wrapped in the warmth of these thoughts, and may your dreams be as peaceful as the man who walked barefoot, yet moved mountains. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Gandhi's life, though marked by profound wisdom and inner peace, was not without its hardships. Like the slow, meandering course of a river, his journey was shaped by obstacles that tested his resolve. Yet each challenge only deepened his understanding of truth and nonviolence. His struggles were not met with resistance, but with quiet perseverance, a lesson in patience that unfolds gently, like the petals of a flower opening at dawn. One of the earliest trials Gandhi faced was in South Africa, where he first encountered the brutal reality of racial discrimination. On a train journey to Pretoria, he was forcibly removed from a first-class compartment, despite holding a valid ticket, simply because of the color of his skin. The night was cold, the station empty, and as he sat shivering on the platform, he could have surrendered to anger or despair. Instead, he made a quiet vow not to fight hatred with hatred, but to dismantle injustice through the steady force of principle. This moment became the seed of Satyagraha, his philosophy of soul force, where truth and love would be his only weapons. Even after returning to India, the road was far from smooth. The British Empire, vast and unyielding, seemed an immovable force. Colonial laws oppressed the poor, taxed the desperate, and silenced the voices of millions. Yet Gandhi did not rush. He moved as slowly and deliberately as the turning of the earth, understanding that true change required not violence, but transformation of hearts, of minds, of systems. When the salt tax, a cruel levy on something as simple and essential as salt, became unbearable for India's people, Gandhi responded not with an army, but with a march. The Salt March, a journey of over 240 miles on foot, was a testament to endurance. Each step was a meditation, each blister a reminder that suffering, when borne with dignity, could awaken the conscience of the world. Not all struggles were external. There were moments when even his own followers wavered, when the path of nonviolence seemed too difficult to sustain. After the massacre at Jallianwala Bagh, where British troops gunned down hundreds of unarmed civilians, the air was thick with rage. Many called for retaliation, for blood to answer blood. But Gandhi, his heart heavy with grief, urged restraint. He knew that violence only bred more violence, that the cycle could only be broken by refusing to participate in it. It was not an easy lesson, nor a quick one, but he held to it with the quiet certainty of a man who had learned to trust in the slow unfolding of justice. There were personal trials, 2 times when his own body became the battleground. Fasts, those long stretches of self-imposed hunger, were not merely protests, but acts of deep spiritual discipline. When riots erupted between Hindus and Muslims, threatening to tear India apart, Gandhi did not deliver speeches or issue commands. He simply stopped eating. The world held its breath as his body grew weaker, day by day, until the noise of conflict gave way to an uneasy stillness. His fasts were not threats, but offerings, a willingness to suffer, so that others might remember their shared humanity. And then there were the imprisonments, those long stretches of confinement where the walls of a cell became his ashram. Instead of bitterness, he filled those silent days with spinning, with writing, with prayer. The British believed they were breaking his spirit, but that Gandhi turned prison into a sanctuary. In the stillness, he found freedom. Through every setback, his response was the same, a return to simplicity, to truth, to the belief that love would ultimately prevail. When India finally gained independence, it was not the end of his struggles. The partition of the country into India and Pakistan brought unimaginable violence. Rivers of blood where there should have been brotherhood. Gandhi, now an old man, walked through refugee camps, comforting the broken, pleading for peace. His voice, though weary, never lost its gentleness. Even when faced with assassination, his last words were a blessing, an echo of a life lived without malice. As you listen to this story, let it settle over you like a soft blanket. There is no need to grasp at its meaning, only to let it drift through your thoughts as you breathe in and out. Gandhi's life reminds us that obstacles are not walls, but waves. They rise, they fall, and in time, they return to the ocean. His struggles were great, but his patience was greater. His faith did not waver, not because he knew he would succeed, but because he believed the effort itself was sacred. And so, as sleep draws near, let these thoughts gently fade into the quiet of the night. There is peace in knowing that even the longest journey begins with a single step, taken slowly, with care. Just as Gandhi found strength in stillness, so too can you rest in the assurance that all things unfold in their own time. The stars still shine, the earth still turns, and somewhere, even now, the quiet power of love continues its patient work. Sleep, and may your dreams be as serene as the man who taught the world that even the smallest light can dispel the deepest darkness. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Most know Mahatma Gandhi as the frail man in a simple dhoti, spinning cot and leading India to freedom with quiet determination. But behind the public figure was a man of surprising contradictions, hidden talents, and private joys that softened the edges of his austere life. His story is not just one of struggle, but of small human moments that made his spirit so resilient. Few remember that Gandhi, in his youth, was fascinated by the violin. During his student days in London, he took lessons, carefully drawing the bow across the strings, enchanted by the music's ability to stir the soul. Though he never mastered it, his hands were more accustomed to spinning wheels than delicate fingerings. He carried that love of melody with him. In later years, he would hum hymns as he walked, his voice thin but steady, a private comfort in the midst of great turmoil. Then there was his unexpected fondness for children. Though he spoke of discipline and self-restraint, his sternness melted in their presence. He played with them, told them stories, and even indulged in gentle teasing. One of his young followers once recalled how Gandhi, with a mischievous glint in his eye, would pretend to forget their names, only to chuckle when they corrected him. He would sigh, as if the sheer joy of their company was too much for his heart to hold. His relationship with food, too, was more nuanced than the simple vegetarianism he preached in South Africa as a young lawyer. He once secretly craved eggs, though he had vowed not to eat them. The temptation gnawed at him until, in a moment of surrender, he boiled one and took a bite. The guilt that followed was so overwhelming that he never touched an egg again. Yet, even in his strictest fasts, he had a weakness for oranges, sucking the juice slowly, savoring the sweetness as if it were a rare indulgence. And then there was his handwriting, small, precise, almost delicate. He wrote thousands of letters in his lifetime, each word carefully formed, as if he understood the weight they carried, to friends, to opponents, even to strangers who wrote to him in despair. His replies were patient, thoughtful. He once spent an entire afternoon composing a letter to a child who had asked him why the world was so unfair. His answer was not a grand philosophy, but a simple promise. Kindness is like a seed. Perhaps most surprising was his love of walking, not just as protest, but as pure pleasure. Long before the Salt March, he would wander for hours, barefoot, feeling the earth beneath him. He believed walking cleared the mind, and in those solitary strides, he often found his best ideas. One evening, as dusk settled over Sevegram, a follower found him standing still in a field, watching the fireflies blink in the fading light. He smiled. Even his famed silence was not always solemn. He enjoyed word games, puns, and playful debates. A close friend once teased him about his bald head, joking that it reflected the sun too brightly. These small, tender fragments of his life remind us that saints are still human, that even the strongest spirits need music, laughter, the taste of an orange on their tongue. Gandhi's greatness did not come from being perfect, but from embracing his imperfections with the same gentleness he offered the world. So as you drift toward sleep, think of him not just as the man who changed history, but as the one who found joy in fireflies, who wrote letters to children, who once, just once, let himself taste an egg and forgave himself for it. His life was not only a lesson in resistance, but in the quiet, ordinary magic of being alive. And in that thought, there is peace, the kind that comes not from grand victories, but from knowing that even the most extraordinary souls are made of small, soft moments. Rest now, and may your dreams be as gentle as his laughter in the fading light. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Imagine the world as it was when Gandhi was born in 1869, a world still stitched together by the threads of empires. The British crown ruled over vast swaths of the earth, its influence stretching from the cobblestone streets of London to the sun-baked plains of India. The Industrial Revolution had transformed Europe, filling cities with smoke and steam, while in distant colonies, the rhythms of life remained bound to the land, to the seasons, to traditions that had endured for centuries. It was an age of contradictions, of progress and oppression, of dazzling invention and deep suffering. And into this world came a quiet boy from Porbandar, a coastal town in western India, where the sea whispered against the shore as it had for millennia. Gandhi's early years unfolded against the backdrop of a changing India. The British Raj, established after the rebellion of 1857, had tightened its grip, reshaping the subcontinent's economy, culture, and politics. Railways crisscrossed the land, carrying not just people, but also the raw materials, cotton, indigo, tea, that fed the factories of Manchester and Birmingham. Yet, for all the modernization, India remained a place of immense poverty, where farmers toiled under the weight of oppressive taxes, and where ancient customs coexisted uneasily with colonial rule. Gandhi grew up in this world, a world where the scent of spices mingled with the dust of the road, where temple bells rang at dawn, and where the struggle for dignity was quietly, stubbornly alive. As a young man, Gandhi traveled to England to study law, stepping into the heart of the empire that ruled his homeland. London in the late 19th century was a city of grandeur and grime, of gaslit theaters and soot-choked alleys. It was also a place of ideas, where thinkers debated socialism, women's rights, and the moral obligations of power. Gandhi, dressed in a stiff suit, navigating this foreign world, began to shape his own philosophy. He discovered the works of Thoreau and Tolstoy, who wrote of civil disobedience and the power of conscience. He joined vegetarian societies, finding in their gentle ethics a reflection of the ahimsa, nonviolence, that would later define his life. Even then, in those early days, the seeds of his future were being sown, quietly, almost imperceptibly. His journey then took him to South Africa, where the injustices of colonialism struck him with brutal clarity. It was here, in the dusty streets of Durban and Johannesburg, that he first experienced the humiliation of racial discrimination. Thrown off a train for daring to sit in a first-class compartment, the indignity burned, but it also awakened something in him, a resolve to fight, not with fists or fury, but with truth, with patience, with an unshakable belief in the power of the human spirit. Over 2 decades in South Africa, Gandhi refined his methods, leading campaigns against discriminatory laws, organizing peaceful protests, and slowly, painstakingly, proving that resistance did not require violence to be effective. The world was entering a new century, one that would be scarred by war and upheaval. But Gandhi was discovering a different way, a way rooted in stillness, in courage, in the quiet strength of ordinary people standing together. By the time he returned to India in 1915, the world was aflame. The First World War raged across Europe, a conflict of such staggering violence that it shattered old certainties and left millions questioning the very foundations of civilization. In India, the war had stirred hopes of greater self-rule, as Indian soldiers fought and died under the British flag, only to return to a country still denied its freedom. Gandhi, now in his mid-40s, stepped into this turbulent moment with a vision that seemed almost impossibly gentle. He did not call for rebellion in the traditional sense. Instead, he spoke of Swaraj, self-rule, not just as a political goal, but as a personal transformation, a return to simplicity, to spinning cloth by hand, to living in harmony with the earth. The years that followed were a tapestry of struggle and stillness. The Jallianwala Bagh massacre in 1919, where British troops gunned down hundreds of unarmed protesters, hardened Gandhi's resolve. Yet even in the face of such brutality, his response was not hatred, but an even deeper commitment to nonviolence. He launched the non-cooperation movement, urging Indians to withdraw their support from British institutions, to boycott foreign goods, to resign from government posts, to reclaim their dignity by refusing to participate in their own oppression. It was a radical idea, one that required immense discipline, immense faith, and for a time, it worked. The streets filled with people spinning khadi, the homes of India lit by the glow of homemade lamps, a whole nation learning slowly to stand on its own feet. The 1920s and 30s were a time of global upheaval, the rise of fascism in Europe, the economic devastation of the Great Depression, the stirrings of anti-colonial movements across Asia and Africa. In India, Gandhi's campaigns ebbed and flowed, marked by moments of triumph and heartbreaking setbacks. The Salt March of 1930, where he led thousands to the sea to defy the British salt tax, became a symbol of peaceful resistance, so powerful it echoed across oceans. Yet there were also long stretches in prison, days of fasting so severe his body nearly failed him, and the painful realization that freedom would not come easily. Through it all, Gandhi remained steadfast, his faith in nonviolence unshaken even as the world around him grew darker. When the Second World War erupted in 1939, Gandhi faced a moral dilemma. He could not support a war fought for freedom abroad while India remained in chains at home. His call for the British to quit India in 1942 led to mass arrests and brutal repression. But it also signaled that the end of empire was near. The war left Britain exhausted, its resources drained, its moral authority crumbling. And in 1947, after decades of struggle, India finally won its independence, though at the terrible cost of partition, of bloodshed that tore the subcontinent apart. Gandhi, who had dreamed of a united India, was heartbroken. Yet, even in those dark days, he walked the streets of riot-torn villages, pleading for peace, offering his own life as a sacrifice if it would end the violence. The world he left behind in 1948 was one he had helped to shape, not through conquest, but through the quiet power of conviction. The civil rights movement in America, the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa, the peaceful revolutions that would topple dictators decades later all bore the imprint of his ideas. Yet Gandhi himself remained, to the end, a man of simplicity. He slept on a thin mat, wore homespun cloth, and found joy in the smallest things: a child's laughter, the taste of goat's milk, the flicker of a candle in the evening. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of him not just as the leader who changed history, but as the man who knew the weight of silence, who understood that true strength lies in gentleness. The world he lived in was one of tumult and transformation. But his greatest lesson was this: that even in the darkest times, there is light to be found in kindness, in courage, in the quiet moments that make us human. Rest now, and may your dreams carry you to that place of peace, where the past and the present blend like shadows at dusk, and where the spirit of a small man in a simple loincloth still whispers, softly, of hope. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. The influence of Mahatma Gandhi rippled far beyond the borders of India, seeping into the very fabric of global culture, society, and the way people imagined resistance itself. His legacy was not one of monuments or grand speeches alone, but of a quiet revolution in thought, a shift in how humanity understood power, justice, and the possibility of change without violence. His principles, simple yet profound, reshaped movements across the world, embedding themselves in the hearts of those who sought freedom, dignity, and peace. In the years following his death, the world began to see just how deeply his ideas had taken root, drew directly from Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolent resistance. King, who once described Gandhi's teachings as the guiding light of our technique of nonviolent social change, saw in him a model for how to confront oppression without hatred. The Montgomery bus boycott, the sit-ins at segregated lunch counters, the peaceful marches, all echoed the methods Gandhi had refined in India. The American South, with its brutal history of racial violence, became a testing ground for nonviolent protest, proving that moral force could dismantle even the most entrenched injustices. Across the ocean in South Africa, where Gandhi himself had first developed his ideas during his early years as a lawyer, his legacy lived on in the struggle against apartheid. Nelson Mandela, though initially drawn to more militant tactics, later embraced the power of reconciliation, guided in part by the spirit of Gandhi's teachings. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, with its emphasis on forgiveness rather than vengeance, carried traces of Gandhi's belief that true justice required healing, not retribution. Even in the darkest days of apartheid, protesters marched with Gandhi's name on their lips, a reminder that oppression could be resisted without becoming what one sought to destroy. Beyond these grand movements, Gandhi's influence seeped into everyday life, reshaping culture in subtle but enduring ways. The concept of Swadeshi asterisk, the idea of self-reliance, and the rejection of foreign goods inspired generations to rethink their relationship with consumption. Long before the modern environmental movement, Gandhi warned of the dangers of unchecked industrialization, advocating instead for sustainable living, for villages that thrived on local craftsmanship and agriculture. His spinning wheel, once a symbol of resistance to British textiles, became an emblem of simplicity, a challenge to the relentless pace of modern life. Today, as the world grapples with climate change and overconsumption, his words about living lightly on the earth feel more prophetic than ever. Even in the realm of personal spirituality, Gandhi's impact was profound. His insistence on the unity of all religions, his belief that truth could be found in many paths, offered a vision of harmony in an increasingly divided world. He prayed with Hindus, Muslims, Christians, and Sikhs, seeing not contradiction but connection. This idea, radical in an age of religious nationalism, has inspired interfaith dialogues and peace initiatives around the globe. His daily prayer meetings, open to all, were a quiet testament to the possibility of coexistence, a lesson the world still struggles to fully embrace. Public perception of Gandhi, too, has shifted over time. In his own era, he was often misunderstood, dismissed by some as an impractical dreamer, revered by others as a saint. The British mocked him as a half-naked fakir, while even within India, radicals accused him of being too passive, too willing to compromise. Yet history has softened these sharp edges, revealing the depth of his vision. Today, he is remembered not just as a political leader, but as a moral philosopher, a man who understood that true change begins within. His image, frail, bespectacled, clad in simple cloth, has become universal shorthand for peace, appearing on posters in classrooms, in murals on city walls, in the quiet corners of museums dedicated to human rights. And then there are the small, everyday ways his presence lingers. The phrase, "Be the change you wish to see in the world," often attributed to him, whether or not he spoke those exact words, has become a mantra for personal growth. The idea that one must live one's beliefs, that integrity matters more than victory, has shaped ethical leadership in fields far beyond politics. Business leaders, educators, and activists alike return to his writings, finding in them a compass for navigating complexity with clarity and compassion. His cultural footprint is perhaps most visible in art and literature. Films like *Gandhi*, with Ben Kingsley's haunting portrayal, brought his story to millions, while novels and poems have wrestled with his contradictions, his stubbornness, his flaws, his unwavering faith in humanity. Artists have painted him walking, spinning, praying, each brushstroke an attempt to capture not just the man, but the idea he embodied. His sayings are etched onto plaques, woven into songs, whispered in classrooms where children learn, often for the first time, that one person's courage can tilt the axis of history. Yet for all this, Gandhi himself might have been bemused by the grandeur of his legacy. He never sought statues or titles. He measured success not in fame, but in the quiet transformation of hearts. His greatest victories were not in parliaments or on battlefields, but in the moments when someone chose kindness over anger, when a crowd refused to retaliate, when a single act of courage inspired another. As you let these thoughts drift through your mind, imagine him sitting cross-legged on the floor, spinning thread, his movements slow and deliberate. The world outside might be loud, chaotic, but here, in this quiet space, there is only the hum of the wheel, the rhythm of breath, the certainty that change begins in stillness. His life was a reminder that the most powerful revolutions are not those that shake the earth, but those that awaken the soul. And so, as sleep draws nearer, let his example linger like the fading light of evening, soft, persistent, full of quiet promise. The world he helped shape is still unfolding, still learning from his mistakes and his triumphs. But his greatest gift was the belief that another way is possible, that even in the face of darkness, the light of nonviolence, of love, of unwavering truth can guide us home. Rest now, and may his spirit, gentle, fierce, endlessly patient, whisper to you in dreams. A reminder that the smallest acts of courage can ripple outward, transforming the world in ways we may never fully see. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. There is a story from Gandhi's childhood, so simple and yet so telling that it lingers like the soft glow of a lantern in the dark. As a young boy, he was terrified of the dark, as many children are. Night after night, he would lie awake, his heart pounding at the slightest shadow, the faintest rustle of the wind. His family's servant, an old man named Rampa, noticed his fear and offered him a gentle remedy. Gandhi took this advice to heart, whispering the sacred name like a mantra, and slowly his fear began to dissolve. It was one of his earliest lessons in faith, not as something distant or abstract, but as a quiet presence, a companion in the dark. Many years later, when he was a law student in London, Gandhi faced a different kind of fear, the fear of losing himself in a foreign land. Determined to remain true to his roots, he made a vow to live simply, even in the heart of the British Empire. He rented a modest room, learned to cook his own meals, and wandered the city in search of vegetarian restaurants, a rarity at the time. One evening, he attended a meeting of the London Vegetarian Society, where he was asked to speak. His hands trembled as he stood before the crowd, his voice barely audible at first, but as he spoke of the principles of nonviolence and compassion, his words grew steadier, his convictions stronger. That night, he discovered something essential, that even the smallest voice, when rooted in truth, could carry great weight. There were moments in his life that revealed his quiet sense of humor, a trait often overshadowed by his seriousness. Once, while traveling by train in South Africa, he was asked by a European passenger to leave the first-class compartment. Despite holding a valid ticket, when Gandhi refused, he was forcibly removed at the next station. It was this ability to meet injustice with grace, even amusement, that disarmed his opponents and endeared him to his followers. Another lesser-known story comes from his time in South Africa, where he founded the Phoenix Settlement, a communal farm dedicated to simple living and self-reliance. One day, a young boy who had been stealing fruit from the orchard was caught and brought before Gandhi. Rather than scold him, Gandhi sat the boy down and asked why he had taken the fruit. The boy admitted he was hungry. Without judgment, Gandhi offered him a job tending the orchard, ensuring he would never go hungry again. Years later, that same boy became one of his most dedicated followers. It was a lesson in turning punishment into opportunity, anger into compassion. Even in the midst of great struggles, Gandhi found solace in small, ordinary acts. During the Salt March, as he and thousands of others walked 240 miles to defy British salt laws, he would pause each evening to spin thread on his charkha. The rhythmic motion of the wheel was like a meditation, a reminder that revolution did not always require grand gestures. Sometimes it was woven one thread at a time. But there was also his deep love for children, a tenderness that often went unnoticed. In the ashram, he would gather the youngest residents around him in the evenings, telling them stories, listening to their laughter with a quiet smile. One child, troubled by nightmares, came to him for advice. Gandhi did not offer grand philosophies. Instead, he gave the child a small spinning top. When you feel afraid, he said, watch it spin. It was a simple solution, but it worked. In his final years, as India moved toward independence, the weight of the world seemed to rest on his shoulders. Yet, he never lost his ability to find stillness amid chaos. On the evening before his assassination, as he walked to his prayer meeting, a young girl approached him with an offering of flowers. He stopped, knelt down to her level, and accepted them with a gentle touch. That night, as he lay dying, his last words were not of anger or sorrow, but of forgiveness. "Hey Ram," he whispered, the same name he had once used to calm his childhood fears. And so, as sleep draws near, let these stories settle in your mind like drifting leaves on still water. Each one a glimpse into a life lived with intention, with quiet courage, with an unshakable belief in the power of gentleness. Gandhi's legacy is not just in the grand marches or the speeches that moved nations, but in these small, luminous moments, the kind word, the patient listening, the refusal to meet hatred with anything but love. Rest now, and may his spirit, so full of wisdom, so tender in its strength, guide you into dreams where even the smallest acts carry the weight of eternity. The world he helped shape is still unfolding, still learning, still finding its way, but his greatest lesson remains. That change does not always come with thunder, but often with the softest whisper, the gentlest touch, the quiet turning of a spinning wheel in the dark. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. As the sun set on Mahatma Gandhi's life, his days were filled with both triumph and sorrow. The weight of a nation's freedom resting upon his slight shoulders, the years leading to India's independence in 1947 were a time of great turmoil, a storm of political negotiations, communal tensions, and the painful partition of the country into India and Pakistan. Yet through it all, Gandhi remained a quiet beacon, his voice a steady murmur in the chaos, his presence a reminder of the power of peace. Even in his late 70s, his daily routine remained unchanged, rising before dawn, spinning cotton on his charkha, writing letters, meeting visitors from all walks of life. His hands, though wrinkled with age, never tired of work. His feet, though weary from countless marches, still carried him barefoot through the dust and heat of villages, where he sought to heal the wounds of division. He traveled tirelessly, speaking to Hindu and Muslim alike, urging reconciliation where others saw only hatred. But the violence of partition broke his heart as trains filled with refugees crossed the new borders, carrying stories of unspeakable suffering. Gandhi refused to attend the celebrations of independence. Instead, he walked the blood-stained streets of Calcutta, then Delhi, fasting until the riots ceased. His frail body, already weakened by years of sacrifice, became a living plea for peace. And miraculously, in city after city, the fighting stopped when he arrived, not through force, but through the sheer power of his presence, the unshakable conviction that love could disarm even the fiercest anger. In those final months, he knew his time was short. He spoke often of death, not with fear, but with the calm acceptance of one who had long since surrendered to a higher purpose. He wrote letters to world leaders, urging disarmament, justice for the poor, an end to racial discrimination. His vision stretched far beyond India. He dreamed of a world where nations would resolve conflicts not with weapons, but with dialogue, where the strong would protect the weak instead of exploit them. And then, on that quiet evening in January 1948, as he walked to his prayer meeting in the garden of Birla House, he paused to accept flowers from a child. The air was cool, the sky streaked with the soft colors of dusk. Moments later, the shots rang out. "O Ram," it was not a cry of pain, but a sigh of forgiveness, as if even in death, he embraced his assassin with the same compassion he had offered to all. The world mourned. Millions poured into the streets, not with anger, but with a sorrow too deep for words. His body, wrapped in homespun white cloth, was carried on a simple wooden cart through the streets of Delhi, the same streets where he had walked among the people, listening, comforting, teaching. As his pyre was lit, the flames rose not in fury, but in tenderness, the smoke curling upward like a final prayer. In the years that followed, his legacy grew, not in statues or grand monuments, but in the quiet acts of those he had inspired. Farmers in remote villages still spun their cloth in his memory. Activists across the world, from Martin Luther, King Jr., to Nelson Mandela, drew strength from his belief in nonviolence. Schoolchildren learned his name not just as the father of a nation, but as a man who had shown that the meek could inherit the earth, not by force, but by love. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let his story settle over you like a warm shawl, woven from threads of patience, simplicity, and quiet courage. The night is long, the world still heavy with strife, but somewhere in the darkness, the charka still turns, spinning not just thread, but hope, one gentle revolution at a time. Rest now, and may his peace, so hard won, so freely given, be yours tonight. The wheel turns, the stars keep watch, and the world, in its own slow way, keeps learning. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. The night is quiet now, and in that quiet, the echoes of Mahatma Gandhi's life ripple outward like slow, concentric circles on a still pond. His legacy is not carved in stone, nor locked away in history books, but lives in the quiet acts of ordinary people who choose to walk the path of peace, even when the world around them clamors for something louder, something harsher. His influence is subtle, yet vast, like the roots of an ancient tree, unseen, but nourishing everything above. In the decades since his passing, countless movements have drawn breath from his teachings. Standing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, spoke of a dream woven with the same threads of nonviolence Gandhi once spun. King studied Gandhi's methods, traveled to India to walk in his footsteps, and returned to America with a conviction that love, not force, could dismantle the walls of segregation. The Montgomery bus boycott, the sit-ins, the marches, each step was a testament to the power of peaceful resistance, a living echo of the Salt March, of the spinning wheel, of the quiet refusal to bend to injustice. Across the ocean, Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, emerged not with bitterness, but with a vision of reconciliation. Though his struggle took different forms, the spirit of forgiveness he embodied carried whispers of Gandhi's belief in the transformative power of compassion. Even in the darkest hours of apartheid, the idea that oppression could be met with dignity, not hatred, kept the flame of hope alive. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, with its emphasis on healing rather than retribution, was a quiet revolution, one that Gandhi would have recognized. Smaller, less heralded movements continue to draw from his well. The Chipko movement in India, where villagers hugged trees to prevent deforestation, was an act of defiance, as gentle as it was fierce. The women of the Green Belt movement in Kenya, planting trees under the guidance of Wangari Maathai, understood that caring for the earth was an act of resistance against exploitation. Even today, climate activists practice satyagraha, holding fast to truth by chaining themselves not to violence, but to the earth itself, refusing to let it be taken without a fight. Gandhi's ideas have not gone unchallenged. Some argue that nonviolence is a privilege, that it cannot always answer the immediacy of brutality. Others point to the contradictions in his own life, his experiments with diet, his complex relationships, his sometimes rigid idealism, as proof that no philosophy is flawless. Yet even these critiques are part of his legacy, for he himself welcomed questioning, believed truth was many-sided, and urged his followers to think for themselves. The dialogue around his methods, the adaptations and reinterpretations, are signs that his ideas are alive, still breathing, still evolving. Institutions, too, carry his torch. The Sabarmati ashram, where he once lived, remains a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand his way of life. The Gandhi Peace Prize honors those who work for social justice without violence, while universities around the world teach his principles not as relics, but as living tools for change. Even the United Nations, with its International Day of Nonviolence, pauses each year to remember that another way is possible. But perhaps his most enduring legacy is found in the quiet corners of everyday life. The teacher who chooses patience over punishment, the neighbor who mediates a dispute instead of fueling it, the parent who teaches a child that kindness is strength. These are the unnamed heirs of Gandhi's vision, his belief that change begins within, that each small act matters, has seeped into the collective consciousness, a quiet undercurrent in a noisy world. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine the millions of hands that have picked up his work where he left off. Some have marched, some have written, some have simply lived with integrity in a world that often rewards the opposite. The wheel still turns, not just on the charka, but in the hearts of those who believe that love is more powerful than fear. The night is long, but the stars still shine, and somewhere, someone is choosing peace. That is how the world changes, not all at once, but one quiet revolution at a time. Rest now, and may the gentle certainty of Gandhi's vision cradle you tonight. The earth turns, the wheel spins, and the work goes on, as soft and steady as a whisper in the dark. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Mahatma Gandhi, like all great stories, has been smoothed by time, polished by repetition, and sometimes reshaped by the way we wish to remember rather than the way things truly were. Over the years, his life has been wrapped in layers of myth, simplified into easy lessons, or held up as an uncomplicated symbol of peace. But like any human being, Gandhi was far more complex than the saintly figure often portrayed in textbooks or inspirational quotes. His journey was not a straight path, but a winding road, full of contradictions, experiments, and moments of deep personal struggle. One of the most common misconceptions is that Gandhi was always peaceful, always certain, always the serene figure we see in black and white photographs, spinning cotton or leading marches. In truth, he was a man who wrestled with doubt, who sometimes failed, who changed his mind. His philosophy of nonviolence, ahimsa, did not come to him fully formed. It was something he developed over years of trial and error, shaped by his experiences in South Africa, his study of different religions, and his own moral reflections. There were moments when he questioned whether nonviolence could really work, especially in the face of brutal oppression. But it was this very struggle that made his commitment so profound, not because it was effortless, but because he chose it again and again, even when the world seemed to reward force instead. Another myth is that Gandhi was universally beloved in his time. The truth is far more complicated. He was admired by many, yes, but also fiercely criticized by British officials who saw him as a troublemaker, by Indian leaders who thought his methods were too slow or impractical, and even by some of his own followers who grew impatient with his rigid principles. He was no stranger to conflict, and his relationships were often strained, including with his own family. His eldest son, Harlal, publicly rejected his father's path, leading to years of heartbreak. These tensions remind us that Gandhi was not a flawless hero, but a man trying to live by ideals that sometimes even those closest to him could not fully embrace. Then there is the romanticized image of Gandhi as a simple, almost otherworldly figure detached from the material world. We picture him in his homespun dhoti, living in ashrams, eating meager meals, and while he did choose a life of simplicity, it was not without its contradictions. He was a lawyer, trained in the intricacies of British law, and he used that knowledge skillfully in his political campaigns. He was also a master of media, understanding the power of symbols and spectacle, whether it was the Salt March or his famous fasts. He knew how to capture attention, how to shape public opinion. This was not manipulation, but strategy, a recognition that change required both moral force and practical wisdom. Perhaps the most persistent myth is that Gandhi's approach to resistance was passive. The term passive resistance is often used to describe his methods, but he himself rejected it. What he practiced was satyagraha, truth force, an active, courageous form of resistance that demanded discipline, organization, and sometimes tremendous personal sacrifice. It was not about quietly accepting injustice, but about confronting it with unwavering firmness, without hatred or violence. This distinction is important because it reminds us that nonviolence is not weakness. It is, in its own way, a kind of strength, one that requires as much courage as any act of war. There There are also quieter, less discussed aspects of Gandhi's life that complicate the popular image. His experiments with diet and celibacy, for instance, were deeply personal and sometimes controversial. He believed in testing his own limits, in mastering his desires as part of his spiritual discipline. But these practices were not always understood, even by those who admired him. Some saw them as eccentric, even obsessive. Yet for Gandhi, they were part of a larger philosophy that personal transformation and social change were inseparable. He could not ask others to live with discipline if he did not demand it of himself first. And then there are the shadows, the parts of his legacy that are harder to reconcile with the saintly image. His early writings on race, for example, reflected the prejudices of his time, views he later reconsidered and regretted. His relationships with women, particularly his practice of sleeping beside young female followers to test his celibacy, remain deeply troubling to modern eyes. These complexities do not erase his achievements, but they remind us that even the most luminous figures are still human, still products of their time, still capable of missteps. What does all this mean for how we remember Gandhi? It means that his story is richer, more textured, and ultimately more meaningful when we see it whole, not as a fable, but as the life of a man who dared to imagine a different way of being in the world. His legacy is not in perfection, but in the attempt, the willingness to question, to grow, to keep striving even when the path was unclear. And so, as you settle deeper into rest, let go of the idea that Gandhi was a figure beyond reach, a saint without flaws. Instead, picture him as he was, a man who laughed, who wept, who doubted, who sometimes stumbled, but who kept walking forward anyway. His power lay not in being perfect, but in being persistent. And in that, there is comfort, because if change could be made by someone as human as Gandhi, then perhaps it can be made by us too, in our own imperfect ways. The night is soft around you now, the weight of the day slowly lifting. Somewhere the wheel still turns, the quiet work of peace continues. And as you drift into sleep, may you carry this thought, that the world is changed not by myths, but by real people, with all their complexities, choosing kindness again and again, one small act at a time. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As we come to the close of this gentle reflection on the life of Mahatma Gandhi, let us linger for a moment in the quiet spaces of his legacy, where the echoes of his footsteps still whisper across time. His was a life not of grand, sweeping gestures alone, but of small, deliberate choices that, woven together, became a tapestry of transformation. He walked barefoot through dusty villages, spun cotton on his charkha, and spoke in a voice so soft it demanded stillness to be heard. And yet, in that quietude, he shook empires. Gandhi's greatest achievement was not just the independence of India, though that was monumental. It was the way he redefined power itself, showing that true strength could be found in humility. That courage could wear the face of nonviolence, and that justice could be pursued without vengeance. He taught the world that resistance did not have to roar. It could hum like the turning of a spinning wheel, steady and persistent. His methods, satyagraha, the force of truth, and ahimsa, nonviolence, were not just political tools, but spiritual disciplines, ways of living that sought to heal rather than harm. Today, his influence lingers like the faint scent of sandalwood in an old prayer room, subtle but unmistakable. Civil rights movements across the globe, from the American South to South Africa, have drawn from his well of wisdom leaders like Martin Luther, King Jr., and Nelson Mandela carried forward his torch, proving that the light of his ideas could travel far beyond the borders of his homeland. Even now, in protests where marchers link arms instead of raising fists, in classrooms where children learn conflict resolution, in communities that choose dialogue over division, Gandhi's spirit lives on, yet he is not remembered as a flawless icon, frozen in marble or enshrined in myth. Instead, he remains alive in the questions he asked, the experiments he conducted, not just in politics, but in how to live, his dietary habits, his struggles with personal relationships, his moments of doubt. All these remind us that he was not a saint, but a seeker. And perhaps that is why his legacy endures. Because he did not ask for blind devotion, he asked for introspection. He did not demand perfection, he invited progress. In India, his face still graces currency notes, his spectacles peering out as if to remind the nation of the clarity of vision he once offered. His birthday is celebrated as the International Day of Nonviolence, a gentle nudge to a world still steeped in conflict. But beyond these formal honors, his true memorial is in the everyday acts of courage and kindness they inspire. The teacher who mediates a playground dispute, the neighbor who shares a meal, the activist who sits in silent protest rather than answering hatred with more hate. As you rest now, let your breath slow, your thoughts soften, and imagine for a moment the rhythm of Gandhi's spinning wheel, a sound so simple, so ordinary, and yet so profound. It was in such quiet moments that he found his strength, in the patient repetition of small, meaningful acts. And so it is for us. The world does not always change in grand upheavals. More often, it shifts in the space between one breath and the next, in the choices we make when no one is watching. The night wraps around you like a homespun khadi shawl, warm and rough with the texture of reality. There is comfort in knowing that even the tallest trees grow from small seeds, that even the mightiest rivers begin with a single drop. Gandhi's life was proof of that. And as you drift toward sleep, may you carry with you the quiet assurance that change is possible, not because heroes are flawless, but because ordinary people like you and me can choose again and again to walk the path of kindness Let your eyelids grow heavy now, like the dusk settling over the Sabarmati River. Somewhere, the wheel still turns. Somewhere, a hand reaches out in peace. And as you surrender to the gentle pull of sleep, may you dream of a world where every small act of love is a stitch in the fabric of a better tomorrow. Rest well, dear listener, and wake knowing that the work of peace begins anew each day, softly, steadily, one step at a time.